Thanks, Dan.
Sure. Okay, hi everybody. Good evening. Looks like we are just waiting on Trustee Mantooth, and I think Trustee Perez is here, but I see Trustee Torres, Trustee McKay, and myself. So maybe there's Trustee Perez. All right, and just waiting on Trustee Mantooth.
And I put, leaves on my video because I had time. Gabby showed me how to look for the ears and stuff, so I put leaves.
Chair Chancellor, Trustee Mantooth should be joining shortly. I just resent him the link.
Oh, great. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Good deal.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I found all those things you were talking about, Gabby. The filters.
Okay, looks like we're all here. So that brings us to officially 1.01, call the meeting to order at 5:02 p.m. on Tuesday, the 16th. So welcome everybody. It's great to see everyone here. And 1.02, Chancellor's recommendation to the agenda. Chancellor Gillespie.
Yes, thank you. So the items in the agenda have been reviewed by District Consultation Council, except for some exceptions here. As you know, the planning meetings occurring here mid-month, and we had some changes that occurred at the last board meeting, which did not allow time to be included in the Consultation Council review of the agenda. But I did want to make the board aware that item 401 will be removed. That was listed as a placeholder when the Consultation Council reviewed the mid-year planning agenda on January 29th. However, the presentation did not accompany that because the presentation wasn't ready by the consultant at that time. But per the request of AFT and the chair, we've removed that item, and that'll be listed in the change of agenda. But I also wanted to make the board aware that item 402, item 501, item 505 were added after review of the Consultation Council agenda. Consultation Council members were made aware of it when the agenda was released. And it's up to the board if you'd want to consider those items or not tonight. I'd still recommend we move forward with those as we haven't had any objections. And 402 is a time-sensitive contract from communications area. 501, the board asked to have that put on during the February 9th meeting. And 505 fits in with the budget discussions this evening. Other than that, the other items were reviewed and approved by Consultation Council without constituent objection.
Chair.
Trustee Torres.
Just for clarification, I know that the item, which is 4.01, no, actually the study session, I'm sorry, 5.01. That one wasn't requested on the February 9th meeting. That was Right, that was something that should have been on the agenda placed, but for some reason the decision was made without consulting the board. But we had discussed it in prior meetings that at the February board meeting, the police services update would be provided to the board. So I just wanted to clarify that that decision was not made at the February 9th meeting. So this should have gone through the process beforehand because the board was given information that this report would have been provided in February. So I just wanted to make sure that was just clarified as we're looking through all of the different action items.
Okay, so Chancellor Gillespie, just to clarify here, if you could just give us the numbers of the item numbers that have not gone through DCCC.
401, 402, 501. Well, actually, 401 went through as a placeholder. It just didn't have the actual presentation with it. The ones that weren't included on the draft agenda on January 29th were 402, 501, and 505.
Okay. Okay, in that case, I'll leave it up to my colleagues on what we want to do here with the information that this hasn't gone through district. Correct me if I'm wrong. District, not curriculum. That's my district.
Just consultation council.
Consultation council. Okay, cool. I was getting it mixed up. So I'll open it up to the full board. If anyone has an opinion on that.
I'm unmuted. I'm comfortable if there isn't any objection as there was to the one item, that if we can get through it, that it's an important thing to get through. That's just my opinion. Since the one item did have objection, then I think that it was appropriate to pull it. But if there's no objection to the other items, we should, get on with we have a lot of business in front of us, and I hate to kick any cans down the road that we can deal with.
Okay, any other trustee Mantooth, trustee Torres, trustee Perez have any position one way or the other on moving forward with these items?
I agree with Trustee McKay. I'm happy to see whether we can have them addressed at tonight's meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, I will let the board know that, we avoid having things come after consultation council agenda review, but it does happen sometimes with just when reports become available or when last minute items do come through. I want to reassure you, consultation members have the opportunity to review it. Again, when the agenda comes out, we usually inform them of changes. And as you can tell, they have the opportunity to object to an item and have it removed, which is what's occurring tonight. But I know I understand the intent and expectation is that these items have gone through consultation council, but again, each meeting, there's sometimes, one or more items that have not.
Okay. Do we need to take action to pull 4.01 or?
It's part of the changes to the agenda, our next item.
Okay, great. All right. So hearing no other objections, looks like we are 1.02, Chancellor's recommendation of the agenda, changes to the agenda, which we just discussed. Which brings us to 1.04.
Oh, Chair, those changes should probably be read out there. There's 3 listed changes there if you have the latest version.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'm glad to read them out.
I think I can see it on my screen. Somebody highlighted it in blue. So whoever did that, thank you. If that was Dan or Laura. Item 3.02, public comments, open session agenda item has been added to accommodate public comments received. Pulled item 4.01, action to approve resolution authorizing the district to offer employees a supplementary retirement plan. Item 5.02, action to approve the Ventura County Community College District 2020 to 26 strategic goals. The presenter has been changed to Greg Gillespie, and the content has been removed and replaced by the board to review the Ventura County Community College District 2020-26 strategic goals and approve any changes. And further information has been changed to Greg Gillespie. Okay. A lot of information there, which now takes us to 1.04, public comments. And it sounds like we have some public comments. Yes, we do. B. Herrera is waving her hand. All right, great. So B. Herrera, it's all you.
Thank you. Can you hear me, board? Yes. Okay. Good evening. My name is B. Herrera. I'm the AFT 1828 local union president representing the faculty. We raise objection to item 4.01 that has been pulled, and that's because as one of the exclusive bargaining representative of the faculty, although there was a placeholder on the DCCC agenda, no data, no specifics, no proposal were shared at all. When asked about this item a couple of weeks ago, they're saying, well, the information is forthcoming. And this is tonight, the first night that we actually saw any details, any specifics, any data. As mentioned earlier by Chancellor Gillespie, that the objection was submitted in writing submitted by AFT. That is correct. And we also want to state that DCAS, which we have a representative that attends that meeting, also never got to see this in detail with any details, any specifics, any data. Just to remind the experts here at the table that bargaining, any faculty retirement incentive is a bargaining item. And so we're highly, highly concerned about this process. And we are encouraging the board to please direct your district team to begin negotiations with AFT on a faculty retirement incentive, because there's many components that need to be addressed in one. And that's the only one that I can address and speak to. That's one part of my public comments. The other part is that I really highly, highly recommend and encourage the board to look at your board guiding principles on budgets. You have lots of money within your budget. Right now, what our district is experiencing is enrollment decline. We don't have a money problem. We don't have a budget problem. We have an enrollment problem. So my question from all the faculty is, what is the district doing to increase enrollment? We have not seen a campaign go out addressing all the different areas that need to be addressed. And so perhaps if you do have an enrollment plan campaign in mind, please disclose that so that the faculty know that the district is working on addressing the enrollment issues with the campuses in the district. The other component to my public comments is that we cannot afford any delay in both of these items that I've raised here tonight. The retirement incentive package, if you want to have this effective July 1, we need to get started like a couple of months ago. In terms of enrollment campaign, enrollment plans, those need to be addressed now as well. So you have a tough night tonight to make some decisions, but if you can please remember, you have plenty of money to make this happen in terms of increasing our enrollment. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. I believe, trying to multitask here, I received an email with some public comments attached, but I think those might be for open session. Is that correct, Chancellor Gillespie?
That was mine.
This is Laura. I think so, Chair Chancellor, because they do call out specifically items later after closed session.
Okay, great. Then before we come back to open session, we'll make sure that we open it up if there are any other live public comments, and then of course read out the public comments received.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, that takes us to closed session, and that is 2.01, Conference with Labor Negotiators, AFT, Government Code 54957.6. And Chancellor Gillespie, do we have a ballpark time to let everyone know what time we're scheduled to tentatively come back?
Yeah, originally it was going to be 5:30. I know the opening's taken just a little longer, so probably I would say 5:45,
Okay.
just to leave the half hour. Yeah.
So 5:45-ish, we'll be back and ready for open session. So without further delay, we'll wait for the special breakout room and we'll see you soon. Thanks.
Dan, are you there?
I am here.
Could you send Laura Barroso and me back to the breakout room, please?
Yep.
Thank you.
Patty, you need to leave and come back, and then I can assign it to you again.
All right. Let's see. I think we are all here. Let's see. 1, 2. Uh-oh. Did we lose? Oh, there's Trustee Perez. Okay, cool. I can figure out a way to see everybody on one screen. Anyways, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Okay, cool. Looks like we're all here. Well,
Right.
All right, to keep everything straight and narrow here, we are reconvening 3.01 and report of action in closed session. There was no action taken, so I have nothing to report. The board has nothing to report, which takes us to, let's see, public comment, which is an item that has been added. And Chancellor Gillespie, how are we going to navigate this? Because we do have some written public comments, and then we have we may have some live presenters as well, correct?
Yes, so usually Laura Brower will read the written comments. And then after that, she'll ask if there's any public comments to be done verbally. So we can turn it over to Laura to read those 3 public comments.
Okay, Chair Chancellor, we do have 3 that were sent in. The first one was from Preston Pipple at Ventura College commenting on item 5.03 for discussion on budget priorities. And it starts, one of the guiding principles being used to develop budget priorities for the 2021-22 academic year is to provide resources to retain and attract highly qualified and effective employees. This is a laudable goal, but will be next to impossible to achieve without equitable lab pay. Our district currently pays labs at a lower rate than lecture, 0.67 or 0.75, the lecture rate. This discrepancy is inconsistent with the standards set by multiple professional organizations, educational research, and modern pedagogy. The idea that labs are somehow less work and therefore deserving of less pay is simply not true. Labs involve working directly with students, monitoring safety, grading assignments, and a lot of preparation. In short, they require the same amount of work as lecture. In lab-heavy disciplines, the pay inequity has made it increasingly difficult to hire and retain diverse and talented faculty. Part-time faculty in our division often prioritize teaching for Santa Monica, LACCD, or COC, all districts with equal lab pay. As a result, we struggle to properly staff our courses and provide the consistent, high-quality instruction that our students expect and deserve. If we truly want to retain and attract highly qualified and effective employees, we must be able to compete with our neighboring districts. Prioritizing lab pay equity is an important step towards that goal and will help us fulfill the district's stated mission to become the leader in the development of high-quality, innovative educational programs. The next written comment is from Kevin Course at Oxnard College. And he is also addressing 5.02, action to approve the VCCCD 2026 strategic goals, and item 5.03, budget discussion on budget priorities. Dear board members, thanks for letting me talk for a minute, though hopefully in person someday. I would like to address a long-time inequity in pay for those of us who teach lab classes. I am a full-time faculty member and I love my job. I teach a career and technical class that requires hands-on practice or lab. I do not stop teaching in the lab class, yet I am paid much less to have the designation of a lab instructor. I do not know the history or the genesis of the pay decreases, but it is a reality I live with, and it is an inequity I hope you can change. In this district, I am surrounded by amazing faculty members. At Oxnard College, I am supported by instructional lab techs, classified staff, a caring administration, all getting the same pay for the same work in their jobs. I am doing all I can to support our students, enjoying every day, getting paid less for the same job, teaching. I ask you to look at this inequity in pay, see if it makes any sense at all, and decide to end it this year as part of your long-term goals. Feel free to contact me. The last written statement is from Ty Gardner at Ventura College, and he is also addressing both 5.02 and 5.03. And it starts, strategic goal 4D states, support and create a culture of diversity, equity, and inclusivity where all people feel valued. Many changes are needed to achieve this goal. I would like to discuss one, equitable pay for lab instructors. VCCCD labs are paid at a lower rate than lectures, 0.67 or 0.75, the lecture rate. All neighboring districts pay labs at the same rate as lectures. These districts compete with us for faculty. Lab pay inequity therefore conflicts with strategic goal 4D, and district guiding principles such as provide resources to retain and attract highly qualified and effective employees. Lab instructors do not feel valued. They teach 4 classes for the pay of 3. The additional workload negatively affects students by diluting our time and promoting burnout. We struggle to hire and retain lab faculty, or in the district's language, to, quote, attract highly qualified and effective employees, unquote. Instructor turnover and fatigue limits our ability to work towards increasing student equity and success. The time we spend in that extra class is not spent working on equity-related professional development. I teach human anatomy and organismal biology labs. Many of my students become doctors and nurses. These careers allow our students to thrive economically and serve our community. Fostering success in such career paths helps us achieve the equity goals that guide our district priorities. Please end lab pay inequity to address factors that negatively impact student equity and success. And those are the 3 written comments.
Thank you, Ms. Bauer, for reading those. I really appreciate it.
No
Okay.
problem.
Do we have any, looks like we do. I see a hand already. Mr. Michael Sheets. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair Chancellor, members of the board, and Dr. Gillespie. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Michael Sheets, and I'm the Executive Director for the Ventura County Federation of College Teachers, and I'm here representing the faculty. First, I would like to commend the district for being quick to respond to the unprecedented crisis that we confronted last March. Your response in the face of an ever-shifting landscape with unknown outcomes allowed our faculty to continue to provide our students with the high-quality education they deserve without missing a beat. However, I would also like to remind the board that we remain on uncharted ground, and while there is hope that we will soon celebrate a return to some semblance of normalcy, I urge the district to choose a path to the proposed fall 2020 return to in-person instruction that respects the health and welfare of our students, our faculty, and our staff. As educators, we're all eager to get back to the classroom and the opportunity to once again engage our students face to face. However, it would be myopic to think that by the fall of 2021, we'll be in a position to disregard the precautions that have become so much second nature to us. In truth, a safe reopening must include both a rational and science-based plan that is guided by the latest facts and evidence, and it must be rooted in a commitment to place the safety of our students, faculty, and staff above all other concerns. Recently, the CDC released updated guidance for the safe reopening of our nation's schools, and we urge the district to commit to following their findings, which advocate for a multi-layer mitigation strategy, including efficient and rapid testing and contact tracing, as well as upgrades to ventilation and infrastructure. Adoption of these best practices takes both time and money, and as a district, we are in the favorable position of having enough of both. Thanks to the current round of CARES Act relief, we have the funds to build the infrastructure and the processes that are required. And if we act immediately, there is time to develop a comprehensive plan that operationalizes the CDC guidelines. Therefore, I urge the board to provide the necessary leadership to this district to prioritize the development and vetting and implementation of a current district-wide plan which demonstrates the commitment to the CDC's guidance, instead of an ad hoc campus-by-campus approach, which was adopted out of necessity in the spring of 2020. During that process, it's imperative that you consider and respond to the concerns raised by our faculty in order to promote confidence and ultimately faculty buy-in. To that end, the AFT Local 1828 pledges to continue to work closely with the district to ensure that all stakeholders have a voice and an opportunity to be heard. This ongoing crisis is arguably among the greatest challenges this district has faced. And while I'm hopeful, we must act now and we must act together. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment, Mr. Michael Sheets. So next we have Ms. Maria Arenda.
Hello. Good evening, members of the board and Chancellor Gillespie. I am Maria Urenda, SEIU Chief Steward, and I'll be making a public comment on items listed in number 5 mid-year review. To begin, SEIU would like to thank the board members for having this needed discussion in a public forum, allowing for transparency in front of all its constituents and employees of this district. It is a discussion that all classified faculty and managers are interested and invested in. We recently received information from the state that though even in the midst of an uncertainty due to a pandemic, it does not appear to include a budget deep with potential cuts. There's also additional resources that the district can tap into, which includes a healthy reserve that has been prudently maintained, as well as the $28 million in funds to use towards COVID relief that we have been given. SEIU understands that the discussion today will be surrounding the budget and the need to prioritize. We agree that we need to remain focused on our students and their success. With that being said, now is not the time to choose which is more important, but rather look to see how all will be funded, as all services are critical to be able to offer the best educational opportunities to our students. For example, in regards to item 501, we are looking forward to the police services presentation to demonstrate the need for police on our campuses and the importance of a safe environment for students to be able to excel in. Police services are only one part of the essential budget priorities that must be maintained. In the past, SEIU has only pushed for the appropriate use of reserves or of additional resources only to achieve equity with the faculty, as we have asked for a bridge to assist with health insurance needs or to settle a contract. We are looking forward to the review today that this board continue to seek equitable and sustainable support to all services, classified and faculty alike. Services that are vital to the commitment that we all have made to our students in achieving their success. Whether it be the police officers providing safety, the financial aid staff awarding our students, the faculty in the classroom, or the administration managing it all are needed and essential. All groups contribute and add to this success. We are confident that this board will look to secure the resources needed to move forward with all services intact, to continue to work together and support one another in these uncertain times will ensure that not only we retain and attract our students, but provide them with the support they need to succeed. I thank you all for your time and I wish you all remain well. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Just want to check with staff, make sure there's no other speakers. I think we covered it. All right, great. With that, speaking of police services, looks like we're transitioning now to 5.01 study session for police services.
Chair, we do have item 402, which is again a program mapper, which will help with guided pathways implementation as part of the district web design project. So we just recommend a motion and second and open it up for board action.
Chair, I'll move approval.
Chair, I'll second, and I have a question for discussion.
Okay, we have a first and a second, and we'll start with Trustee Perez with questions. Trustee Perez.
Yes, I had submitted this question. Just I'm looking for my notes. Upon the second 50% payment would be due upon completion. And is it a given, or should we add the language and the acceptance of the project by the district?
So I appreciate your question, and I know that you know that always is part of construction projects. It says and acceptance. So typically, it's not in IT services and other services, but we haven't signed the contract. I promise you, we don't pay them if we're not accepting it and satisfied with the work. So we may add that tomorrow. We'd have to, of course, work with the vendor on that, but typically that's not the phrase that you see in IT contracts and so on, but we won't accept it if we're not happy with it. We won't send the money.
I anticipated that, but just had to ask the question. Thank you.
Vice Chair McKay.
I would just say, since I do play around in that from time to time, that withholding 10% until it's all been, the district has had a chance to work with it all for 30 to 60 days is not unusual.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I have a couple, but make sure everyone has an opportunity.
Yeah, if I may, Chancellor, I was curious about the timeline language. They will support the work, the scope of work for 6 months only after kickoff. Is that inferring that they will have all of the deliverables met within that period of time?
I think Ms. Blair can answer that question.
Yes, in answer to your question, the deliverables will happen, and after 6 months, that's when the district will maintain the software moving forward.
Can I ask a couple more things, if you don't mind?
Of course.
I assume that counseling staff at each one of the colleges has bought into this particular product. Is that correct?
Yes, I've met with the guided pathways groups from each of the colleges, and all along they have requested this and are actually quite excited that it is being considered tonight.
And does the price includes when they mentioned Ventura College, does that include the East Campus?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you.
You're
And
welcome.
how will we measure the success of this particular product? Does the system generate reports? Is there feedback from some of the other districts that are using it in terms of how easy it is to use, et cetera? What do we know about that?
It's being used by 40 other districts in the state of California, and it is a very successful program. It will allow students to explore their career options, their programs. They'll be able to visit our websites and actually explore this and then also look at career statistics. They'll be able to look at the courses required for each of the programs. If, say, for example, someone was looking at business, they would be able to go and map out a business degree, what a career might look like, what an expected wage would be. And again, this is used throughout many districts within the state. And we will look at the success of it and measure it by perhaps hits to the program pages, visits to the program pages, and also classes that are being filled and programs that are being mapped out and student success.
Yeah, I was just curious if a student does map out a program, for example, does the software provide the district the ability to track how many of these students complete those programs and how successful they are with them?
I'm sure that that data will be available for us.
Okay. Thank you. It's a product I'm not familiar with. I'm sorry for so many questions. It's also, this contract is one of the greatest exercises in brevity I think I've ever seen.
That's true.
Okay, hearing no other questions, I was curious on the language. Let's see, on the beginning, it says, the second paragraph says, all work will be performed under the VCCCD contract executed February 27, 2018, with expiration February 27, 2021. I couldn't understand those dates.
So that's the Foundation for the California Community Colleges. So we're piggybacking on an existing contract that has been negotiated statewide by the Foundation for California Community Colleges, which is an offset of CCLC.
Oh, so just as long as we start the contract before February 27th, 2021, we can piggyback on it. Is that how it's interpreted?
Yes.
Yes, and I also understand that that contract is going to be renewed.
Oh, okay. And so it sounds like the majority, it's hard to, with a lot of contracts, it's not a very visual thing, but it sounds like it's more programming versus like a service of like personnel, correct?
That's correct. It's a software.
Got it. Okay. Makes sense. Okay. Are there any other questions?
Chair.
Yes, Trustee Torres.
Thank you. Patty, Ms. Blair, I heard you mentioned that there may be a manner of how to actually track some of the metrics and determine if how many hits or how many students are being successful. Do you know if that's something you would be able to present to us? Because I wanted to make sure how this is going to be tied to really our vision of addressing equity, and also knowing how this can support some of our students in order for them to be successful, but also maybe a way to find out of how to reach out to other students that might be having a hard time. Will this software allow us to also look to know who's kind of entered the software, and if they haven't followed up, that we can provide some follow-up to them and be of support before they decide to just leave our campus? Would that be something that can help us? This software would help us in knowing that information?
I don't know that that's a part of this software, but we would definitely look at that, and I'll be happy to return to make a presentation with the guided pathways leaders from the colleges. And I think that that would really give you a good perspective on how this will be measured and tracked.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so hearing no further questions.
I just had one comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, my hope is that this is really going to help students, not only find their pathway through college, but it's that career piece that they're going to find a pathway to a career that they're going to like, as opposed to go to college and then be surprised that they're disappointed with their outcomes. And so that's the one of the primary pieces of this. Yes.
Yes, it's career exploration, and this degree, what careers would be available as a result of any chosen degree.
Okay, because that's always the heartbreak. Someone gets a degree in something and then they're disappointed in what their opportunities are, and they may have financial commitments to pay back and they don't even have a job that they like. So
this will give the students a really good idea of availability of careers and pay.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so hearing no other questions, we have a first and a second. Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Okay, Trustee Mantu.
Aye.
All right, Trustee Torres.
Yes.
Okay, Vice Chair McKay.
Yes.
I am also a yes, and Trustee Gonzalez.
Yes.
Great. Okay, motion carries 6-0. Great, thank you. Okay, I think we're at 5.0 for real this time. So,
Reals.
Chancellor Gillespie. Yes.
Yes, looking forward to having Chief Justice and Vice Chancellor El Fatal lead the study session here on police services.
And if I may, I'll just mention to the board that this will be two components. Chief Justice will talk about most of the presentation, I think, all the operational issues and so on, and then I'll touch on some budget issues, and he and I both can address the questions depending on what the questions are. So if it's okay with you, Chief Justice, it's your, go ahead and start. Thanks.
Okay, good evening, members of the board, Chancellor Gillespie. This is Joel Justice, your Chief of Police. I don't know how we can change slides, but if we can go to the next slide. Thank you. So this is our current organizational chart. We, as you know, have three colleges, each headed by a lieutenant. We currently have 4 vacancies, 1 police sergeant vacancy, and 3 in the rank of police officer. We currently have 2 provisional campus safety officers and an administrative assistant. Can we go to the next slide? This is a list of our Part 1 crimes and our Part 2 crimes. Part 1 crimes include murder, rape, robbery, aggravated assault, burglary, larceny, auto theft, and arson. And then Part 2 is simple assault, forgery, fraud, embezzlement, stolen property, vandalism, weapons violations, sex offenses, drug abuse, domestic violence, crimes against children, liquor laws, and disorderly conduct. Next slide. So the box to the left is our 3-year part 1 crimes for each campus, broken down by total by year. And if you look at the right, the totals were 2018, we had 59 crimes, 2019, 64, and 2020, we had 38. As far as our part 2 crimes, we had 264 in 2018, 361 in 2019, and in 2020, we had 261. And then the box to the right is all crimes combined. Next slide, please. This is our arrest broken down by campus for 2020. Total for the district, we had 75 arrests in 2020, 10 for felonies, 65 for misdemeanors. And in 2020, only one of those arrests was a student. We arrested a student for domestic violence and brandishing a knife. The rest of them were transients or for narcotics use, people that wandered onto our campuses or on the adjacent streets. The box below is a 3-year comparison of our arrests. 2018, we had 73, 2019, 77. And in 2020, we had 75. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is our total incidents for the year. We had 4,083 incidents. That includes calls for service, officer initiated, traffic stops, and others. Some of your others and some of the things that aren't counted on there were things like we deployed in support of our brother police, law enforcement agencies during the civil unrest last year. We supported the Ventura County Sheriff, Simi Valley Police Department, Oxnard, and Ventura PD. You can see the box below is a 3-year total for our incidents. In 2018, we had 5,747 incidents. 2019, we had 6,172. And in 2020, we had 4,083. Those total reports are the reports we took. Other would be things that didn't necessarily classify as a crime, like found property, missing property, stuff like that. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is just a little comparison I threw together to compare us with Channel Islands. And I use them because they're basically in our backyard. So similar communities and things of that nature. We were dead even on misdemeanor arrests in the last 3 years. Felony arrests, we had 42 compared to their 26 for a total of 271 compared to their 255 total arrests. Next slide, please.
I can cover this. As you all know, the police have had revenue shortfalls from no parking revenues, et cetera. And one of the challenges and mitigation strategies that have occurred, there are 4 vacancies, which the chief had mentioned, and there was an administrative assistant who was vacant for 2 months, which did generate savings. That's just how it happened to work out. There are the cadets are not paid. If there are cadets, they're paid by the campuses, not by the police department. So that's a budget issue is at a campus level if they have a need for cadets. We are not paying overtime given the circumstances, right now. Of course, if we need overtime, it happens that way. But at the moment, we're doing essential training for officers, which covers a wide spectrum of things. I'll let the chief explain that. Actually, Chief, can you talk about essential training for officers for just a minute?
Yes, so officers are required to complete 24 hours of continuing education every 2 years. So that's basically our essential training. There's other essential training that has to happen. Like we have a lieutenant who's a new lieutenant, and he has to go to management school within 2 years of being appointed. Police officers, once they're hired on a campus, according to 832, the penal code, have to go to a training for campus police within 2 years of being appointed. So some of those have happened. Some of the things that we have done that I've been able to obtain for free because we hosted somebody who wanted to provide their training and needed a location. And so we provided that at Oxnard College, and that was basically de-escalation of force, mental health issues, suicide by cop. And we have also done several shooting trainings, and we have been training with the FBI. We were able to get them for free as well to come on to our campus and provide some training for active shooter response.
On the second to last bullet, consideration of new parking administration and citation collection system, the department and our purchasing department are working on the possibility of having a more automated process where folks drive by and scan license plates. And I won't get into all of those details, but there is a possibility that it would save labor and contribute to revenue. We have to be careful about what the savings the vendor, happens to mention it will be, and just make sure that we work through the process properly. But we're looking at that, and that is something that perhaps is in the works for later. And then I just would like to talk a little bit about the lost revenue, and I would like to do that by advancing to the next slide. So 2021, COVID hit. There's parking revenue disappeared, and next year there's going to be some similar circumstances because we certainly are not going to be back at everybody on campus. We don't know yet how many students are going to be on campus and what the revenue is going to be. But if you look at these revenue lines, the first 4 lines, I suppose, on the chart, if you look on the left column, 1819. And so parking fees, 585,318, 395,865, 672,959, and 215,000. So, that's up toward the $2 million range in parking fees. Now, 1920, there was less money available, but it's a substantial source of revenue that funds the personnel, the police officers, because as you know, most of the work that we do is tied up in salaries. We can say 85%, for instance. So then you go to 2021 year-to-date actual, and you can see there's been nothing. And you know that we've had that discussion. I want to just point out the footnotes or the notes on the left side of the screen. I want to mention, and maybe somebody can point on the A line on the chart. In the right, we can just look at the rightmost column for the current year updated projection. So there's a number $1,237,250, and the note is about A. Now that particular revenue line comes from district-wide services. So we budget that every year to some amount of money. So the adoption budget, that's what we budgeted. It increased a little bit from the previous year, probably because of raises and other things. And it increased substantially from the 18-19 year. That revenue source is different than the parking revenues. So we have this, 1.5 million or above in parking revenues, plus there's another 1.2 million from district-wide services. So that transfer did happen. We had budgeted that in district-wide services, so that came across. And then when you look at the number right below that, 443,452. So note B, that was, and the board will recall, we came forward and the board approved 443,452. We had informed the board that came out of the $2 million of emergency funding that the board had approved from our reserves, right? And so that was one of the uses for that. And then line C, the identical number, 443,000, came out of the COVID-19 block grant. So there was one board meeting that we came and said, we're going to use 443,000 from the 2 million you've already approved, and then we're going to use 443,000 from the COVID-19 block grant. And then on D, the next line item, 311,000. That's it's a routine transfer from parking. So to help cover operational costs. So you see it happen in 18-19. We didn't do it in the subsequent year, but we transferred 311,000 $1,000 from parking, because some of the fees that come across in parking revenues go into a parking fund, and then they're utilized to help the police fund. It's just one of the sources of revenue. And so all of those revenue line items that are mentioned, there's one more, which is note D. That's the $350,000. Note D, I'm sorry. I'm looking for note. Yeah, I'm sorry. Note E is the $350,000. Forgive me. That is something that we have discussed with the VPs of business. We have discussed it in committee, and we're going to recommend. It hasn't been done yet, but we're going to recommend utilizing $350,000 from this this new higher education emergency relief fund, the 28 million that we have talked about, using 350,000 for the current year to get them through this year and this budget. So that's something I wanted to bring to your attention. It has been discussed through committee and through the VPs of business and the fiscal folks at the district office. But so that's the plan for getting through the current year. There has to be discussion for next year because there's still going to be a shortfall for next year, and we are going to go through the budget planning process and do some assumptions for how many students may come back based on what the plans for bringing folks back are, and how we're going to fund to maintain the police force in a way that is good for students and good for the campuses and good for employees. So I think that was the budget information I wanted to share with you, and really that doesn't leave a lot of money ending balance for the police. There isn't much of an ending balance there, and there hasn't been for a few years. And I think maybe we'll open that up to questions on any of the aspects, the operational aspects or the finance aspects.
Thank you for the reports, both Chief Justice and Vice Chancellor El-Fattal. I have a few questions, but I'm going to open it up to my colleagues first, of course.
Chair.
Trustee Perez.
Yes, and I had submitted some questions in advance, and some of them have already been addressed by the presentation, but let me just go over a few of them. And I guess to Chief Justice, I think you addressed it, but my first thought was, I was curious as to how you overcome vacancies without overtime or without the need to pay overtime. What are, if any, are the impacts of the vacancies on performance? And you did speak about essential training, and my question was about, well, what about professional development, especially in response to and through a social justice lens? But I liked your providing the information about the training you have gotten on de-escalation, et cetera. So if we can start with those questions, that would be helpful.
Sure, absolutely. So how we overcome vacancies without any overtime, it's been pretty easy right now since we don't have many students on campus. So there really hasn't been a need to fill some of the void that we're feeling. What is happening is we've spread our officers a lot thinner. They're working one-man cars, which we can typically do while we don't have students on campus. It's not the safest approach, but without having students on campus, I think we can manage right now. The impact on performance, well, there are some stops that they're not making because there's no one to back them up other than the outside agencies, and their response time is typically 5 to 9 minutes to emergency calls for service, depending on what they're doing. So they have let stops and things go by, not to the detriment of our campuses. As you can see from my presentation, they're still quite active, and all their arrests have been mostly transients and people wandering on campus. That way they can keep our campuses safe. The student workers question we kind of answered. Each campus is deploying 1 or 2 for the COVID sites. They're being paid by the county. I know Oxnard has 1 cadet that's being paid by Oxnard College.
Okay, then I wasn't quite sure I understood the relevancy of comparing with CSUCI, different institution. Maybe there's a difference in the or distinction in the student profile, but they're in a somewhat remote location compared to at least 2 of our 3 4 sites actually. And maybe it would have been helpful, not necessarily now, but in the future, for a comparable community college district to prove whatever point you want on that regard.
Yeah, I just threw that in for comparison since they're kind of in our backyard. Next time I will look for a comparable community college district.
Yeah. And then Oxnard College and Ventura College, and maybe to a lesser degree, even Ventura College East Campus, are in a more urban location, site location than Moore Park College. Could that explain some of the differences in the data?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Moore Park is quieter, although it's one of our biggest campuses. Plus, they need 7-day coverage due to the zoo. So it takes more officers to police, but their crime level is quite lower than the other campuses. And as you can see in my presentation, the one campus that went up was Oxnard. And that's due to transients wandering on campus, trying to set up camp. We've had some of that on Ventura, but the officers have been able to keep them off campus. And so we are going to adjust our deployment to help Oxnard out for a temporary basis.
And then I wondered why the org charts aren't the same across all 3 major campuses.
Well, right now we don't, since we have vacancies, it would be tough
Right.
to even them out. When we do have a full complement, each campus has 4 officers on each campus. But right now with only having 10, we have 4, like I said, on Moore Park, because they have weekend deployment for the zoo. And then we are going to take one of those from Moore Park and take them over to Oxnard due to the increase in crime and things that have happened over at Oxnard.
It's vacant, but you do have an additional position at VC, the sergeant, as opposed to the other classifications. So I was just curious about that. But.
Yeah, typically we run 1 sergeant and 3 officers on Ventura because the sergeant is a working position. So typically he is included in those 4.
And then I guess the other global question, but certainly since it's closer to home, my home, in Moore Park, you say there are some stops you're not making. What has been, or what is the impact to the surrounding community? Because, you know, we do strive to be a good neighbor to the community that our campuses are located. So have there been any adverse impacts in that regard, or concerns expressed by the neighbors, if you will?
Not to my knowledge. I haven't received any complaints that crime is up in the neighborhoods. I meet periodically with all the chiefs in the county. I specifically talk with Oxnard chief, the Ventura PD chief, and Moore Park station commander. And none of them have voiced any concerns about us running 1-man units. So I don't know that there's been any complaints.
Okay, well, I know you guys have been proactive in maintaining positive relationships. So I just wanted to know how that might be suffering. Sounds like it's not. So thank you. That's it, Chair.
Chair. Oh, you're muted, but I'm thinking and you're saying it's okay.
I'm sorry, Trustee Torres, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. This is for Chief Justice. I was looking over at Part 1 crimes and Part 2 crimes. Do you have data disaggregated that gives us an idea more of what the crime ones are? It goes from murder, rape, robbery. There's a list of them. So do you have data that lets us know, okay, this is exactly what the Part 1 crimes, this is what we're seeing in each one of our campuses for both Part 1 and Part 2. So we have a general idea of what those crimes are. And
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. I had more questions, but I'll let you answer that one.
I don't have those statistics with me. I can get those for you. We do have broken down by crime. I just didn't want to belabor you guys with too much statistics. I can tell you that our crimes have mostly been burglary and larceny, which larceny is theft. And we've had a few auto thefts and one arson, but the rape, murder, robbery, and aggravated assault are your violent crimes. And we have not, in the last 3 years, I think we've had maybe one robbery.
Okay, thank you. And you talked a little bit about some of the areas where it's happening. So is the majority, or maybe I'm sure you have the statistics. Do you know if the majority of this is happening? I know there's some on campus, but is the majority happening like in the nearby as you're patrolling like outside the campus, and it's sort of in between the campus and the street, where it would kind of be between your boundaries and also the boundaries of the city police department? Is that where some of them are also happening to prevent some of those individuals to maybe come to campus?
Yes, that is correct. Quite a few of our arrests have actually been made on the adjoining streets. Like Ventura has an alley right next to the campus, and that tends to have a lot of transients, people that use narcotics, sell narcotics. And if those people go unchecked, they typically wander onto our campus. We've had several that have gone into our dugouts of our baseball fields trying to set up camp, and my officers have either arrested them in those dugouts or on campus. But I would say quite a few of those arrests are on the adjoining streets.
Okay. Would you say that most of in the number of incidents, you're not typically responding to opening doors in the classrooms? Would it be safe to say that you're not usually doing that? You're mostly working the street, or would you say that based on those numbers, it can also be response to opening a classroom door, or is it escorting a student? Because everything's important. So it helps to understand a little bit about what our officer is doing, from an arresting, from escorting a student if there's a student on campus. How does it look like the day of our officer, to give us that understanding? I don't know if you have that information with you.
I don't have specifics, but I can give you in a general response to that. Yes, in those 4,000 incidents that I talked about during 2020, a lot of those are building unlocks, escorting students, vehicle unlocks, locking buildings, things of that nature. Today, we responded to a female who was suicidal. It turned out she was across the street, but we went and we started handling the call, and my officers called Ventura PD to come take over, since it was in their jurisdiction. And they waited with her to make sure that she didn't harm herself. And so it is responding to calls for service, building unlocks, and general things to keep our students safe. Foot beats is a lot of them as well, because I do require my officers to walk foot beats on campus to make sure they're keeping our campuses safe. And being out of the car, to me, is a way to build those relationships with the students and faculty. And so I think that helps with that as well. So in those incidences are foot beats and all the other things that I mentioned.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful, because that gives us an idea of what the stats really look like. So at least we know that it's not our campus that is really having many of these type of crimes. It's more of there has been some of those in terms of responding to prevent some of the crimes, but it's been mostly responding to opening doors. And that's helpful as we move forward, because perhaps there's some other things that necessarily wouldn't fall under you. So it allows you to be able to do more of your work as police officer. And maybe there's something that within admin, and I don't know, each college can look at it, that can maybe, like an opening a door, it's something that I can think that somebody else can do. So it allows you to be able to do more of the patrolling and do some of that work that needs to be done that only a police officer can do, that's trained to be able to do. And so you're not caught up having to open a door. And I understand escorting a student is definitely something that's very important to us. So it's good to have those statistics because it allows us to understand a little bit better how is your time being utilized and how can we be of support, so police officers are able to tend to the things that they do very well and only that they can do. So those were my questions for you. And the other ones were, thank you very much for being so honest and so transparent. That makes such a difference and just letting us know the work and how it looks like, because then we continue to be of support and also being able to look at resources that we have that can come in and do some of the stuff that police officers don't necessarily have to, because they can do other things that only they're trained to do. And they went into this to do certain type of work. So I appreciate you sharing. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And my next question is going to be just really as a reflection piece to the board. As I was looking at the numbers and I know our district makes decisions based on needs, but I just wanted to bring to the board the attention when we start looking at the page of the budget. So up to this point, I was looking at the numbers that were presented and I totaled up the amount of how much we've used from a reserve fund. So we've used from intertransfer in fund or sub fund 111, which is something that I believe is district-wide services that they just pull money to go into, our police department every year. But we've also already used $443,452 from the $2 million that was approved from our reserve to go into the police department. There's also, I believe there was a block grant. So the district already utilized, I believe it was an additional $311,000 from that block grant. And I believe they're looking also at utilizing money. And I'm looking at E, to use some $350,000 to really just be able to pay for the funds of our police department. So that comes a total about a little bit over $1 million that we've already utilized to pay for our police department. So as we're looking in terms of equity, and it was already mentioned also from one of our members, I believe it was Maria from SEIU, as we're looking into protecting and ensuring that there are positions for our employees, and that as a district, the district has already made a decision of already using over $1 million this year alone. So we're not even talking about next year, looking at our reserves into maintaining our police officers. I also look that we take that into consideration as we're looking into all of our employees and ensuring all of the services that our students need. And because services means employees, so we can say student services and not take into consideration employees because it means services that they need that only employees can provide. So I just wanted to point that out to the board that there's been already, the district has really moved forward in using funds and being creative and knowing where to pull in order to maintain our police officers. So I'm looking for that direction as well from the district and in support of the board to also have that forward thinking and looking into our funds and ensuring that we have positions that are going to ensure that all of our students receive the services that they need. So I just wanted to point that out because it's a considerable amount of money that we have already spent. And I'm not questioning it. We need to have our police officers, but what I am saying is that we also be equitable and look at all of our employees and look at what our students need. Because there are many services, and the fact that we're talking about guiding principles on budget reductions concerns me because we are just talking about putting in over $1 million into a place that's needed, and yet we're going to have a conversation that there's budget reductions. They're not consistent and they're not equitable, and it sounds like it makes it look as there might be preference over one group of employees over another one, and I know that that's something we don't want to cause. So again, as we move forward, I hope that we take that into consideration in terms of what our students need. So I just wanted to point that out as well as I was looking at the budget.
Okay, thank you for those comments and questions. Trustee McKay, I see your hand, but before we get to that, I just have a clarifying question coming from Trustee Torres's comments. Is it safe to say, basically because there's no revenue for this calendar year and the majority, or not the majority, but a good portion of last year. So let's just look at this year. for the fiscal year, general fund dollars were about $3 million to run the police department for this year. I just want to make sure we're on the same page, if that's how the correct interpretation is.
That's correct.
Okay, so $3 million for this year, and
Trustee
okay,
Chancellor, actually, I think if you looked at 18-19, you'd see it was 2.8 million, 19-20 was 2.9 million, and 2021, the year that we will be concluding in a few months, is around 3 million. So that's each year. And the bulk of that comes from parking revenues, and there is this 1.2 million for this year, 1.164 for last year, and 734,000 from the previous year. That it's budgeted through a normal budgeting process through district-wide services, because police, it doesn't come from the district office, it doesn't come from the campus. It's one of those things that comes, it supports each of the entities, and therefore it comes through the allocation model off the top. So,
right.
yeah.
No, I guess the point of my clarification is in a normal year, non-COVID year, roughly there's revenue, right? And it's roughly around 1.5 million. And then the rest comes from the general fund to basically fill that gap. But in the last 2 years, we're looking, or actually this adopted year, so 2020-21, we're looking at, of course, no revenue because there's no parking. So we're being asked to pick up the full 3 million. I just want to make.
Yeah, that's not, I would state it differently. So let me try, if I may. Is that okay?
Sure.
So the revenue, the actual revenue from 19-20, and actually the year before was even more. The actual revenue from 19-20 for parking is closer to 1.7, 1.8 million. So that's the 580,000, 382,000, 464,000, 314,000. So 1.7 million.
Okay.
Now this year in the we did we're getting a little bit of money this year, not much, right? You can see 48,000, 13,000, et cetera. We're projecting to end the year with about 100,000 or 120,000 for this year. But basically, yes. So our normal revenue for that would be, let's say, 1.7 million, and most of that has disappeared through parking and citations.
Okay, so a little more than half. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Trustee McKay, I'm sorry. I definitely didn't think that would be that long, but.
Okay. I want to just step back, if you will. The Chief Justice, this is more community policing, if you will. I know there's different types of policing, but our officers, they get to know our students. I mean, in a traditional environment, when our students are on campus, it's more of what you would consider community policing than, I guess, the punishment policing. I mean, you're out there working with our students, yes?
That is correct. Yes, we are not an occupying force. We are more into community policing, helping our students, trying to guide them. We do a lot of things for our students. We talk in classrooms. We set up tents at all the events on each campus to have them come up and introduce themselves, and we get to introduce ourselves to the students, and they walk a lot of footbeats so that they're not approachable inside the car. And so when we get them out of the car, they're much more friendly and much more approachable. So yes, I would say it's definitely community oriented.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Hearing no other questions, I had a couple. I sent this question in, but I was just curious here. Do we have like a risk manager report that sort of captures the greatest risks that our campuses, as potential liabilities, right? So I'm wondering if that exists, that we have to do annually or semi-annually.
Well, I can tell you that the risk management for our district is Dr. El Fatal, and they do annual audits for each of the campuses. Each of the campus has a safety committee that meets on a monthly basis, and they also have the behavioral intervention, which could be a risk management issue that, depending on the campus, meets either weekly or every other week to look at those issues so that those students don't become risk management issues. But yeah, there is risk manager, Dr. El-Fattal, and I don't know if you'd like to add anything to that.
No, I will. So I would be considered the chief risk manager for the district, which doesn't mean I do day-to-day risk management activities, right? But I do make decisions and guide and oversee things. Our director of general services, Terry Kobos, is actually the risk manager. She has several director level jobs all bundled into one. And so anytime there's an issue regarding risk management, aside from some workers' comp related issues which go through HR, it comes through Terry Kobos and she handles them. And if it needs to come to my attention, it comes to my attention. But we are involved. You've heard me talk about the Statewide Association of Community Colleges. It's a JPA. I happen to serve on that board. And one of the primary functions of that group is risk management for campuses. And so we have risk management in terms of cyber liability. We have risk management in terms of the physical plant. There's risk management issues regarding safety committees that the chief mentioned. So risk management depends what aspect you're asking about. It crosses a wide spectrum of issues. Regarding physical safety, for instance, we have a independent consultant through the JPA come annually. They tour all of our campuses. They look everything over. They identify issues that need to be fixed and corrected that, if left unchecked, potentially could cause injury or could cause liability issues, whether that's a fire, whether that's a trip and fall, a wide spectrum of issues. And they come every year at our request, but they do it for all of their member agencies. And it's a requirement, actually. It's a good thing to do. And so we do get a report, and that report sometimes says, hey, here's things that you should fix or you should consider fixing. In the subsequent year to that report, they come and they look at the things that they have identified that need some correction. And then, of course, they in the third year, let's say, they do it all over again. So it's a continual process and cycle. But again, it covers a wide spectrum of things. That particular report has more to do with the physical plant, but we also have cyber issues, as I had mentioned. So there's multiple reports, I suppose. Depends on what aspect you're asking about.
Okay. And I guess a couple other questions I have. I mean, we have a full police department, and college safety or campus safety is paramount and is critical. But do other community college districts have partnerships with city and county police to provide the same service available? So, for example, and I know comparing a K-12 to a college district is totally different because one is servicing adults and one's servicing youth. But do other community college districts, for example, rather than have a full-fledged police department, do they have contracts with the neighboring police department that allows an officer to be assigned from that police department to serve on the campus?
So let me respond first, and the chief may have a comment. And if I may ask you, Chair Chancellor, are you speaking in terms of like a school resource officer at a K-12 district, or that's not necessarily what you're asking about?
It could be. I don't know. And maybe I'll give a background of the root of my question is, 90% of our students have not been on campus, but because of the structure of our police department, we don't have the flexibility to say, for example, if we were to lose 90% of our enrollment, we would have less employee need. But we basically are sustaining pretty close to the same amount of police officers and police services, even though the majority of our students aren't on campus. If we had another structure, police services structure, if other community college districts do, is that an option? And I'm just curious to see if other community college districts have that.
Yeah, let me describe that. And actually it applies to other community college districts and also K-12 districts. So some, and I'll speak to community colleges, but again, it applies across the board. We have our own police force, as do many community college districts. Some, however, don't have their own police forces, and they contract with a local agency for all of their policing needs. That has been in place for a long period of time at those campuses. And the issue, so it doesn't work like school resource officer. It's like either you have a district police force or you subcontract elsewhere, right? So the issue is with district police forces, they're in our control. We have relationships. They have relationships on the campus with everybody they need to have relationships with, and we can direct and control the activities in a pretty direct way, right? When you have outside agencies doing that work, their response times might be slower. They're doing other things, even though they are charging us some amount of money for a certain number of officers to provide a similar service. So there's pluses and minuses to both of those, but typically I'm not aware of any that works like I mentioned school resource officer situation where we can give you one or two. I would add a final comment just in terms of budget. So this was as you know, a crazy year with COVID that none of us have experienced anything like it before, and hopefully we won't again once it's finally over and done with. And so there've been some unique circumstances to that about maintaining the police force, because it's difficult to let a faculty group, a classified group, a management group, a police group, to let them go because for 1 year you don't have a need necessarily. But I think there's an argument, and the police chief said that our arrest record is still the same as it has been for a few years. There's more activity on the campus, even though there aren't students and so on. But anyway, so if we were to lose enrollment to a large degree, a 90% degree, a 70% degree over time, the force, I think, would have some commensurate reductions depending on what the needs of the district are. So I think this is a one-time event that is going to last for a year, year and a half, 2 years before we're able to get students, back on campus. I think the population wants to come back on campus. We're doing everything we can to make that happen best we can. But I don't know if that answers your question, but I just wanted to share that information to,
No, I
so that you have it.
I appreciate that. And I think the root of my question was, to acknowledge that, college campus safety is important, but is our model that we're currently employing or utilizing the only model out there, right? And could we still provide those wonderful qualities that you described and that the Chief Justice described, looking at it as this opportunity of COVID has caused, I think, a lot of systems to reevaluate on how we do. Like when we come back in the fall, to whatever extent, like it's going to look different. Do we need to reevaluate our police services, which may or may not need to look different? And I don't know if tonight's the night to do that, but I think that I will say the lack of flexibility that we had during COVID, with basically the necessity to remain fully employed, close to it, with minus filling vacancies with our police department, was a little troubling to me, because I understand that it's important to remain safe, but when we have 90% of our students not on campus, did it require the same fully employment, the level of employment that we saw? I do have some questions. I know I looked online, we have like behavioral and intervention care team groups.
Oh, real quick, Chair. I think Chief had wanted to comment about the other models and the what we use in comparison there.
Oh, okay, sure. Chief
Yes.
Justice.
So just to let you know, I'm currently the president of the California College and University Police Chiefs Association, and I can tell you the other models like public safety, having the outside agencies respond. There's a lot of frustration out there amongst a lot of the campuses that don't have police officers. I can tell you that I've been contacted, I can't tell you how many times, by some of these public safety departments, which are basically unarmed police officers, that basically security guards, unarmed security guards, that there's a lot of frustration because if they see a crime, they don't really address it. And I can tell you also in studying active shooters that the response time in our county, and our county agencies are really good, but the response time to emergency calls for service are anywhere from 5 to 9 minutes for an emergency call for service. And you take that into consideration, if we were to have an active shooter, that it's going to take them 5 to 9 minutes to get to our campus, then find the building, and then they've got to get their tactical gear together, their rifle ready, and then go in. You're talking 11 minutes to address an active shooter. With all the things that have occurred during COVID, I think mental health issues have gone up. Suicide has gone up. And we haven't had many active shooters because there hasn't been many public gatherings. I think once we go back to business as usual, I think you're going to see an uptick in active shooters. And I think it would be a bad time to certainly think about downsizing your police department.
No, point taken. But I think that looking at active shooters or school, college campus violence and through the lens of just the police department is just one piece of the puzzle. I'm unclear, for example, why our mental health services have to be self-funded and self-sufficient, but then our police department doesn't fall in that same category. And maybe that touches upon some of the ideas, Trustee Torres was discussing, but and I'm not implying to downsize. I think school safety is paramount. And I said that from the beginning, and I'll end my comments and questions with that. I'm just opening the conversation that, there wasn't the flexibility that I think could have occurred if we didn't have the sort of parameters that we do. So, and the last question I have, it has to do with the behavioral intervention care teams. Are those teams seeking more funding and more services to help prevent some of the challenges that Chief Justice was just describing? Whether it's, some of these horrific mental health incidences that some of our students may or may not be going through.
If you're asking me, I have no idea if there's.
No, I'm not. I'm
Okay.
asking Chancellor Gillespie or somebody
Okay.
that is familiar with those BICT.
Well, I would say that's a campus level issue. They exist at the campuses and they go through their budget process and determine through committee and from the presidents and so on what the needs are. And I don't know if Chancellor Gillespie has anything to add to that.
No, I think that, that those teams are critical. Each college has the teams there, and I know that they should be talking and working and providing the budgetary support for the professional development that's needed, as well as the other support services that Chair Chancellor, you mentioned, like the mental health counseling and so on, but don't have anything more to add around the BIT team at this point. Yeah.
Okay.
I will mention, and the chief didn't really talk about this a lot, but the police services jobs did change during COVID, and they did impart some flexibility. I mean, the police are involved with helping with now as we have the 200 to 500 students on campus and employees, and helping make sure everyone's getting through the pre-screening, as well as helping to remind on the mask wearing, and again, helping with the contact tracing where needed. So the work is there. It's different, and we'll continue to adjust as we bring more and more students back to campus. But I think it's really important to recognize that they've been a key element of just continuing to protect our facilities, as well as keep our students and employees healthy, along with our student health services folks and the others that have been trained to be part of the screening effort.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if there's any other questions or comments before we thank Chief Justice.
Yeah,
Trustee
I'm
Chris?
sorry. One question for clarification, and I think it's because I did not hear it properly. But on the interfund transfer note D from parking lots, the first column, could you just explain that one again, Dave?
Yeah,
was there something unique about that particular transfer?
No,
Okay.
no, there's not.
Okay, thank you. And then at some point in time, if we do get to having a discussion on, well, when we get to a discussion of priorities of services, I think it would be helpful additional information to see a past history prior to, what was that first column year?
18, 19.
Of those transfer amounts. Yeah, so we've got a limited real life data here, so it just might be helpful to go back in time.
Yeah, and we have shared and discussed that through committees multiple times, just to better understand the history of the funding levels and use of reserves and et cetera and so on. So we have some data going back prior to 18, 19.
And thanks, Dave. And Chair, I know that, do need to move through other items, but, we do have a number of college folks here who can maybe add comments around police services, their view or what they see, if that would help the board at this point. It is a study session, but again, it's mainly for the board to ask questions, but I just want to let you know we do have folks.
No, I appreciate that. I'm sure, I think we're pretty good at, and this is probably a yes or no question, but is the goal annually in our adopted budget for the police department or police services to be self-sufficient? Is that sort of the design or goal?
It's never the goal, because we know they can't be self-sufficient from citations and parking. It's not possible. So no, that's not the goal.
Okay.
We would like them to be effective with the work that they do, and of course there's needs everywhere across the board, and so we have to be cognizant of that, as I think the trustees have already addressed that to varying degrees.
Okay.
Chair, I think it is important to point out that as we look at the budget and all aspects of it, one of our guiding principles that we have adopted is the total cost of ownership. And so we need to keep that in mind as we look at this particular budget and the others too. So another way to look at your question.
Absolutely. Okay. And I know Chief Justice and to your, staff, these are tough questions, but it's a big budget. So I don't want at the end of these tough questions, the service that your officers and your team fulfill every day to the district to be lost. It's just, it's our job, of course, to ask the tough questions, and we're doing our job just like you all do your job, which often can be thankless, but we're here, of course, to still thank you for your service. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I appreciate it too. Okay.
Sure. One last thing is, we have in the decade, at least in my tenure as a trustee, we have talked about this before and evaluated outside services versus in, and it was always kind of a, I want to say almost a no-brainer to stick with what we have.
Okay. Thank you for that historical reference. All right. Okay, we are at 7:15, which takes us to 5.02, action to approve the strategic goals. On my role as board chair, along with Vice Chair McKay, before I hand it off to the chancellor, one of the things that I asked for was, in discussion of the budget, right? And traditionally in the last 2 years, we get an adopted budget and we're asked to vote on it. And of course, it's not our position as trustees to get into operations and say, we think this or that should be, dollars should go here and not there. but we are given the opportunity to modify, create, and evaluate our strategic goals as a district. So here we are. And in preparation for this, I really had some conversations with the chancellor and said, look, I'm looking for sort of big picture where we're coming from, where we currently are, and then moving forward where we're going. And of course, the dollars sort of attached to it, because as a district with over $300 million budget, there's a lot of dollars floating around. And this is our opportunity not to get involved, quote unquote, in the budget, but to get involved with the strategic goals that are, of course, aligned to real dollars. So I'm hopeful for looking at the strategic goals, board discussion on budget priorities, guiding principles. All these things can come together, and we can ask some questions, but also have an opportunity to give input, because this is, I think, our chance. But I also want to say, I don't think it's our only chance. I'm really hopeful that these strategic goals are not going to just show up once or twice a year, that these are really going to be the rock or anchor to some of our advocacy and some of our input throughout the year. So, but I don't want to jump ahead. And of course, I'm going to turn it over to Chancellor Gillespie, but I wanted to give that brief introduction.
Okay, thank you, Chair Chancellor. So this is a time for the board to review the strategic goals and make any revisions here to them. As it says, and the board's aware, these are covering a 6-year period for our strategic plan, but it is good to look at them and update them through that period. And these goals will be accompanied with specific implementation plans. The goals were sent out, ahead of time, and you were all involved about a year ago in a thorough review, and we looked at them again in the fall. Not planning to go through them one by one. It's more of just what suggested revisions do, that each of you as trustees have for us to incorporate in, and then we can take action this evening, or we can bring them back if there's a lot of changes. I was requested to incorporate language in regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion, and those are changes that are presented there in 1H under in red, as well as under strategic goal 4. We added in an item D there as well. So that was just, draft wording. You'll see added in implicit bias under the trainings there for all employees. But those are the only changes since the board last approved it at this point, and would be glad to then turn it over to board chair, and we'll be glad to record any revisions that the trustees have.
Before I open it up, I think for questions, I'd like to pose this sort of arching question of how are these strategic goals going to impact our next adopted budget, right? So, because, or how are these strategic goals and objectives? So when do we get to see sort of an alignment to our rollover budgets that occur every year for these very important goals and objectives?
So let's just go up to strategic goal 1, and then maybe Dave or even the college presidents can chime in here. And again, these are meant to be fairly broad. However, if you look at, let's take D, for instance, identify and close equity gaps through the innovative use of resources to support guided pathways plans and student success initiatives. Well, one of the things that's doing that is the board approved tonight the $150,000 software program around guided pathways. But within budget development, each of the colleges are working on guided pathways, and you have parts of faculty's workload is based upon guided pathways implementation, as well as some other software or technology and other needs. So the idea is that each of these objectives that we have listed are supporting then or linked to, not supporting, but linked to implementation activities at the colleges and the district office that can then be documented to show here's how we accomplish these objectives. G is another good one, support college efforts to address student barriers for lack of finances, food security, and housing. So there again, each of the colleges have food pantries, each of the colleges have staff that help connect students to other services that can provide housing. And then we have our whole financial aid departments we're investing in for assisting with finances. So that's where the link will happen, is how the colleges implement it. And the colleges have their strategic goals that link to the district goals. And I know each of the colleges likely have in their program review process whenever there's a request for resources to tie into those college goals that are linked to these strategic goals there. So that's where it'll happen, and how we can show those linkages that exist.
Okay.
Sure.
I see a leaf in a hand. So Vice Chair McKay.
I look at it broader. I look at, objectives A, B, and C, and that they all pivoted, for student to increase access and student success is promoting, although I'd love to see equitable access to education opportunities for the students, that this year that it took a lot to achieve those first three objectives. We had to, and I'm not sure we're there yet, making sure that students had the technology that they needed. Never was evaluate and implement the use of technology and online opportunities more important than it was as we had to move to an almost all online experience. And I think that is, that's kind of where the rubber meets the road, is that these objectives could be put into play right away. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't have some that are more specific, but the way that A, B, and C were able to be deployed in such an unusual time, like I said, I'm not sure that we scored 100% on all of them, but promoting, making sure that everyone still had access to an education. We're not there yet. We still need to find those students that left and get them back to, find a way to reach them. The supporting student success, I think we still are at each campus, the faculty and the staff are working together to how to bolster students and still make sure that they succeed in their pathways. And again, evaluating the right technology to keep students on their paths. That those three have shown more than ever that they, could in fact, be used to make sure that our students were supported in the way they needed to be, even in something as unusual as this past year.
Thank you for that clarity as well. Trustees, questions, comments, input?
Okay.
Trustee Torres.
So I wanted, as I was reviewing a lot of our goals, we've talked a lot about access, and access is the use of hotspots, technology, and that's information access, so our students have access to have the course, to have resources. But in equity gaps, I'm interested in knowing, in terms of our students and the professional development being geared for our faculty, knowing how to, if it's a need, of how to help our students navigate just online classes, what that looks like. So they have the internet, they have the hotspot, they have already the technology, but then how do they interact with the curriculum? How do they interact with them? How are they successful? Because in order to retain the ones we currently have, and then once we're able to get back the ones that have left, how to keep them? Because what I'm hearing is that there's some students that don't want to come back until we are fully in person because they're having such a hard time just being able to just really engage with the curriculum. So it's not being able to access it, but or have access to it. It's just engaging with it. And that could just be perhaps in that equity piece, one of the professional developments, and I know the colleges with the academic senates and everyone would probably be best to knowing how that would look like, but that's at least one of the things that I'm hearing. And so we have access, but I'm wondering in terms of closing that equity, when we look into social justice, when we look into our students of color, it's how do our students learn? In education, one of the things we take a lot of pride in is knowing that we have different types of learners. And so right now we have our students who already have a hard time sometimes with some of the sciences, math, English that they've talked about. And so how do they engage now with the curriculum? So as I was looking at our goals, it's what kind of services do our students need? What are the action plans? How are we going to measure? So we have goals that are listed here, but up to now, I haven't heard any way of how are we measuring what we have has been successful. So at this point, we can have so many different goals, but how are we measuring to know, is this being successful? How is this being implemented? And the way is it implementing? What are we seeing? Because we celebrate a lot of really great things, and that's super important. But part of equity is also looking at our students that have left. So I know that there's a section that talks about AB 705, which is area F. One of the things I mentioned in our last board meeting is how are we looking at their students who have withdrawn, which is basically they have dropped out of the class because there was a huge increase. As much as we've had success, we've also had a tremendous amount of our students who have not been successful, students who have received Fs, who they still said, okay, I'm going to stay. I'm struggling. I'm having a hard time, but I'm still going to stay with the class. And then they got an F. So the ones that received a W, they said, I can't hang, I'm leaving. The ones that had an F said, I'm going to stick through it. And then they still got the F. So it's what are we doing to be able to support our students? And the other thing is, and I mentioned it last week, is I don't want us to just look at AB 705 because it's a bill. It's tied to our funding formula. And that's our incentive. I want us to look at all of our disciplines because that really will show our commitment to equity. Is we're not just going to look at math and English because we have a bill that says we have to. That's, if you look at it, it's tied to our student success funding formula that says all students who take math and English the first year will receive so much income. So I think when we look at it at equity, we're looking at it, we're taking a lens and a look at all of our students all across of our disciplines. We did hear already from faculty in the sciences, in the labs. How are they doing? What supports do they need? I think there's a lot of value in setting up our goals and ensuring that there's equity for what our students need. And so I'd like to see that reflected here because that we're looking also at the dropout rates and at the Fs, which is tied to enrollment. What are the plans? And making sure that we have here on our plan and metrics. And I've also heard Trustee Mantu mention many times, what are protocols? What metrics? How are we measuring that this is successful? And so I think it's not very specific in our goals because our goals have been listed for a while. And when presentations come our way, the measures are always missing. So I want us to take a look at this and say, okay, how can we better explain it and make it sure it's specific? Because up to this point, it hasn't been clear because every time we get presentations regarding our goals, we really never get the information of measurement. It's always forthcoming, but then that doesn't really happen. And so I want us to change this moving forward because of our students, where they're at. So in the language, I'm trying to incorporate that specific area of increasing students' services for our students during this time because it's so specific to distance learning. So how that wording looks like, I'm not too sure how to capture it, but that's just.
I mean, I guess I don't love the idea of it just being distance learning. I mean, I think that getting some of the students back is going to be figuring out a way to have them back on our campuses. I don't know what that is. There might be some faculty out there that are vaccinated and feel, safe coming back to campus and teaching it, maybe it's in the Performing Arts Center and there's still just 30 students and they're all spread out safely. I mean, I think we have to look at everything to help those students succeed.
And Chair.
Trustee President Chancellor Gillespie.
Yeah, so in response to Trustee Torres trying to figure out some how to capture her comments, and in response to Chancellor's answer to your question about how do our goals tie to the budget. Let me take a stab here because I had offered some suggested revision to Goal 1, Objective A. And so this is just a start. So promote equitable access and support services to educational opportunities for, and this is where I added entering, incumbent, and non-traditional students across Ventura County. As I went through this exercise, again, I'll explain, you give me an opportunity to revisit a document, I'll see things differently than I may have seen them in the past if I saw them at all. So please take that into consideration as I offer, my suggestions. But I think that begins to capture where I think Trustee Torres was going. And then further on in the document, also some additional language can be added.
Yeah, and just to, maybe try to help with the board conversation here is the strategic goals is the opportunity for the board to define the what's for us as a district. What do we want to accomplish? So we decided that we want, as a district, support student success at the colleges as students move to completion of degrees, certificates, transfer, and job placement. That's a great what for us to do. I work with the college presidents. College presidents are working with the teams at their colleges, the faculty, classified staff, their administrators, to define the how of that. How are they making sure that we're supporting the students in completing these outcomes of degrees, certificates, transfer, and job placement? We will then show the longitudinal data to show how we've done with those. Now, we just completed a 6-year strategic plan, and then we got hit with COVID. Besides the strategic plan, we have at the district level 3-year implementation plans that take each one of these objectives, and it states what the metrics will be, and then we provide those metrics in annual reports there. So yeah, we haven't done them with this set. So it's up to me now as the chancellor, working with the presidents and them with their teams at the colleges, to define the hows as well as what these metrics will be and report that back to the board each year. And normally we're reviewing the strategic implementation plan twice each year, once in January and then the annual summary in July. So Trustee Torres, you bring up the good questions about it, and that's kind of how it works and who's responsible for which step there. So again, if you can look at these objectives as being the what, and the colleges, defining the how, that may help, as you consider the wording of these. These aren't meant to be highly directive.
Yeah.
Yeah, can I just ask a clarifying question and then I'll hand it over to Trustee Torres. So do I hear you saying, Chancellor Gillespie, that we would receive some metrics or measurable data in July? Is that what I'm hearing you
Correct.
say?
Yeah, as we have these set, we'll create this 3-year strategic implementation plan that'll have what the metrics are. And then in July, you'll have an update onto what's occurred during this year towards these objectives. And Diane gave a lot of good examples with the 3 there. I mean, we've had to do a lot of things differently, define, well, how are we going to continue to serve our students when they're not even on campus, that have resulted in actions that are quantifiable and will be shared with the board. And we go down the whole list and do that. I think, again, we didn't do it this last year because of being in between our plans and all the response to COVID. So,
okay, and then
I just took a gander here, Josh, because I know you like other districts, and maybe this is where we want to go, and someplace to use as an example, like going back to Los Rios, which is kind of one of my go-tos because they're a lot like us. Their goal 1 is establish effective pathways that optimize students' access and success. Sounds a lot like ours, but their indicators of achievement are increase the student degree and certificate completion rate from 12% to 17% by 2021. Increase the number of students who are transfer ready by 5% by 2021. Define and increase the number of clearly identified pathways by 25%. So there are numbers and timelines as indicators of achievements. Underneath that are strategies, inventory and evaluate existing pathways, identify opportunities for improvement, expansion, and increased promotion of students. So I think you get that, they have the goal, but then they also have, what is the indicators of achievement? And then that would be the how would be from then, the strategies to get there would be provided, kind of. So I think is that kind of where you're trying to get to?
Yes, but before I expand, Trustee Torres.
So going with the what and the how, then my next question is so what? And what I mean by that is, so we looked already at what was going to be done. We talked about the how, the metric, and then the so what. And what I mean by enrollment. So last year, there's many times we can't wait until another year to find out information, but we need to know exactly what is happening. And this is a time of crises in the sense in education. It's our crisis where we have to consistently be measuring, just like doctors. So what happens with doctors when they have their rounds, they're looking at a patient, they're brainstorming, how is the patient, they're looking at multiple measures, and then they're defining a plan in order for the patient. In instruction, it's instructional rounds. So for us, it's a metrics. How does the situation look like? What are we doing? What's the plan? So we're able to be specific and intentional, and to be able, in this case, save education, save our students from more learning loss, because at this point we're having losses of learning. So it's the same urgency as it is in the medical field in terms of saving lives. For us, is allowing our students to be able to have their learning, to be able to have opportunities. And so the so what lets us know what are we going to do, and that's the part that's missing. So now that we know there's this amount of students that have dropped out, that they're not in our schools, they left our colleges, our students they dropped out, they received Fs, because that's a metric. We have that information in the metric. So what is the so what? How are we addressing it? So we have this information. What are we currently doing? And there isn't a plan. And I'll say that because it's something to look at, because that's a question that I asked last week. And so there's a lot to work on together. And there's resources that faculty need in order to be able to address these needs. And that's where we come in, to be able to support. And that's where we come together as that team. And in order for us to know, okay, what are the needs? How are we addressing? What's the plan? And so it comes to us, this is our plan. And therefore, this is how we're going to address these areas. And then the funding comes from us, particularly now that we have these 28 million that are coming our way. But also as we're defining our strategic goals and our priorities. And at this point, it's our students. Our students need classes, our students need services. This is what we do. We're in the business of education. That's our business, meaning our students are able to learn, to have opportunities. So how does the so what come to us? So at this point, there was the what that we define. There's the how, that's the operational piece of the house. That's what we get information back on. How are things happening? These are the metrics. Then we as a board have to go to the so what. So what do we do now? And so I feel like we're at that point, and as a board, it hasn't been defined. I really like the idea about putting numbers into it. We should be seeing increases. And how are we going to measure that throughout the year and get reports? I'm not comfortable receiving a report once a year about the status of instruction in terms of how our students are doing academically. I need to know, what do we need? Do we need services? Do we need more classes? Do we need more counseling? How does it look like? So then as a board, we're able to make those decisions that are important, that our colleges need. So it's capturing that for us as a board, because that's what will help really our chancellor be able to develop those plans within the president's And also knowing that there's that opportunity and that support from the board to be able to give this to our students, because this is what they need. And particularly there's also included here, maybe it is a safety plan. How does it look in terms of reopening? And so when these strategic goals were developed, it was prior to really this pandemic. And so our reality is we're in a pandemic. There's now a lot of funding that needs to go into ensuring we have a safe place for our employees, our students, everybody on our community, on our campus, to be able to be safe where they are on campus. And that's important. I think there's a lot of students and faculty, staff will feel much more comfortable knowing I'm coming to a campus that's safe, that I have all of my PPE, there's everything set. We have money from our infrastructure. So somewhere we need to also capture this in our strategic goals, because it's also a new reality for us during this pandemic that we didn't have before.
Thank you, Trustee Torres. You know, for me, a lot of these objectives really feel, at least for me, that like they should be hyperlinks, right? Like for example, take strategic goal number 3. And there's a couple I want to focus in on that. One is D. So strategic goal number 3D. And it's analyze, prioritize, and implemented selected organization structure and process recommendations included in the CBT organization structure review of the Ventura County Community College District. So we invested a lot of resources and time. I was interviewed. You know, my colleagues on the board were interviewed for this. You know, almost every employee group was interviewed for it. And we've been sitting on a pretty explicit or clear directional suggestion. I don't know how you want to reference it, but that was 2 years ago. So I guess what I'm looking for is if someone were to read this, or if we were to have these as our strategic goals, to me, it would be so much more helpful to like click them and then see the plan, or at least have some details of what we're going to be doing for the remaining, you know, basically 4 years of this cycle. Another example is G, support implementation of the college level sustainability plans and promote efforts to positively impact the environment and climate. I choose this one because the chancellor, myself, and Dr. Herrera attended a sustainability meeting today with the Port of Hueneme and some other you know, groups from our K-12 partners and such. There were a number of directors from VCOE. So my question is, this is our objective, but what does that mean? When do we at the district level or board level get some details on this so we can adequately measure that or see the growth? But my follow-up question is, you know, in our guiding principles, the first bullet says allocate resources to support goals and objectives established by the board. So I'm assuming that these are the objectives created or established by the board that's referenced in our guiding principles. So my follow-up question is, how can we ensure that resources are supporting these goals if it's truly impossible, and I repeat that, impossible to see if resources are supporting these goals, because we can't. In the budget that we have currently, it is 100% impossible to see if we are achieving or even making movement for some of these goals. And that, for me, that's why I voted twice, you know, to vote no on our adopted budgets, because I can't prove something I can't see. So I'm looking for an alignment of our budget to these goals, but I don't know how to do that. It's not, I don't think it's the trustee role to do that. But from what I'm hearing is a conversation from some of my colleagues on the board is that there's an interest to see some of the plans and measurable data on these, specifically as we're 2 years into the cycle. And I know there's a pandemic, but classroom instruction hasn't stopped. So, you know, we're still handing out degrees and we're still working with students. And I think we should still be providing some of the data for these goals. And I also, really want to make sure we give Trustee Mantooth an opportunity to speak as well, because, and the reason why I say that is these goals were created, before you've joined us on the board, and we do now have a new board. And I think it's imperative that we hear your input, but also your fresh eyes on these strategic goals so we can incorporate that voice. And I know Chancellor Gillespie has been waiting patiently too to make some response or comments as well.
Yeah, just real quick is that I want to, again, make sure the board realizes that these goals and objectives provide the foundation for the 6-year strategic plan that's being developed right now. So Larry Buckley's been working on that, and that's being involved with some conversations at the colleges as well. We hope to have a close to final draft of that by the end of spring, but we don't want to finalize it till fall just to kind of see where things are at with adjustments to COVID. But that strategic plan will outline over the next 6 years what are the plans and what are our desired outcomes with each of these objectives here. So we're all part of that formation process right now. I mean, if you go back and look at our older 6-year plan, it had quite a bit of information on an environmental scan and a lot less detail than what we're planning to incorporate in this. And then that has then, as I mentioned, then 3-year stage implementation plans as well. And, the colleges are focused every day. Their priority is on student success and access. All the employees work on that. The college meetings are associated with that. I did a presentation 2 months ago that shared all the data around the student completion, the retention, the dropouts that have been happening as a result of the pandemic, the student survey results. What are the steps the colleges have taken during the pandemic to try to support students in this environment? We've been sharing reports and data as we go around the key things that have been challenging for us and that the colleges are working towards. So there's that aspect of what are we doing operationally. This is setting our broad strategic goals and objectives for our 6-year plan that's under development. And we'll be basing then those plans upon these finalized goals here, which is why, once they're set, they are kind of set. I mean, we can adjust them a little bit, but we need them to be broad enough in the what that gives us some flexibility there. So I just wanted to add that context is you're not seeing the whole picture because we haven't developed the whole picture around all of these yet. I mean, I could list off, and each of the college presidents, a lot of people in this room, a number of items that we're doing around all of these right now. But again, we're developing the whole plan and then having the progress reports as we go. So I just wanted to add that context.
No, I think that's really important clarification that we're 1.5 years into our strategic goals without a plan that's fully developed. Because I didn't realize that. I just assumed that there was a plan in existence. But I think this is an important reminder moving forward that, as we get closer to 2026, we start modifying, each and every year, multiple times our strategic goals. So these plans can be created so we don't have 1.5 year window with no plan. And I'm not implying that colleges aren't doing the important work that of course they need to do. But as trustees, I think we need to see this plan. We don't just need to create strategic goals and give input. We have to see the plan, but I had no idea there was no plan. And I'm a little alarmed at that realization. So, but Trustee Mantooth, you've been waiting patiently, so I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Chair Chancellor. Actually, I've been familiar with these kinds of structures for a great many years. And, goals, of course, need to be aspirational. They need to be statements of intent. and they also need to be broad enough that you could fit a lot of things under the individual umbrellas of each goal. It's always a tug of war, between making the language broad and having sufficient specificity so that you can actually drill down to something. And this is where I'm going to take Chancellor Gillespie at face value, that we are going to see the how. The how is the plan. And not only the how, but what is the progress that is being made in the strategies that make up the how. And I do want to say I'm very appreciative of the added language, but we also, by the same token, need to be careful every time we take a look at this that we don't try to wordsmith it again, as Trustee Perez said, because that's just a common human thing people want to do. I don't know they'll ever be perfect, but if, for example, we're faced with a pandemic and under goal number 3, objectives E and F, those strategies and the how that is being brought to bear to fight the pandemic and to make things safe for our students and our employees fits under that umbrella, then these objectives are fine. I think it's really about that reporting out on where we are periodically, but also that the board as a group, as a team, needs to be mindful of the fact that we're handing off this to the staff to do with our support, not our control. We want to be supportive. We don't want to be controlling, but we need to have accountability. So those are all the kind of things that are, kind of dancing around in my head right now as I look at these things. And I know that we can make real progress in many of these areas. One of the things that jumps out at me is under goal 1, objective A, just when you say promote access, and I talked to the chancellor about this before, and maybe a couple of others of you, I'm hearing that we could do better on the registration process, just, capturing students, let alone what we do with them once we've got them signed up. So there's a lot that can be done under all of these different things, and a lot of positive things that can be reported out. I know that Vice Chair.
Oh, Stan, you went on mute all of a sudden.
Forgive me.
You were really going too.
Forgive me. I'm almost done. But Vice Chair McKay had read us out some stuff from, was it Rio Hondo?
It's from Los Rios, and I actually texted it to all of you, so you could look at it later at your leisure.
Okay, Los Rios. Those are good things to do to set benchmarks that you want to achieve, just as long as we're mindful that we may not achieve all of them, and we may not achieve all of them in one semester or in 1 year. Sometimes they don't pan out. Sometimes people will question, well, why did you set this one at 25%? Why not 35? So, there's nothing that's ever perfect about this kind of a process. But I do know, and I believe firmly, that all of us, or let me say it differently, none of us wake up in the morning, and none of our staff members wake up in the morning and say, how am I going to do a mediocre job today? Doesn't happen. We believe in ourselves and we believe in these people. We're going to do our very best. But let's hear over the next coming several months, what are the things that are backing up these objectives and how are we doing?
Well, thank you for those comments. They're really helpful, and I can't echo enough the alignment I have with you that we are all on a team to see these objectives and goals, achieved, but also work towards. And I think that's a key part of this process is to see the areas of growth, and so we can advocate for that budget component for the resources to go where they need to go to achieve those goals. So Thank you for those comments. Trustee Torres, I see you unmuted yourself. Do you have something to add?
I do. Thank you,
Excellent.
Chair. I just wanted to just echo what Trustee Mantu said, and also to talk about a relationship and what how the relationship of trust is built. And I think there's value when people comment on things they would like to see, particularly the board, and when we see those, because then that's where you have on the full-on support. And as a board, we do support, but it's a relationship where also it's important to be able to see the data. And being on the board for the last 2 years, that's one of the pieces that has been missed. And I understand there's many things that come our way, but regardless of a pandemic, regardless of what might be occurring in a situation, we can't lose sight of that, at least of reporting out to the board. So if this is happening at the college level, it hasn't been specific enough to be able for us to be aware of. Maybe it can be an opportunity where the presidents and the board are engaging more. We're able to have a discussion through Zoom. There's been a lot of missing, like everybody right now, their camera needs to be off. They're really, there's value in being able to have a conversation and talk to one another, particularly during this time. How are things going? Plans, what do the plans look like? Are you working on a plan? Okay, please let the board know, how does that plan look like? And that's really how trust is built in a relationship. So the support is built on what are you providing to me? When that information is not provided, it appears as lack of transparency, questions, there's doubt that starts raising. And so in anything, really in any type of organization and in a relationship in itself, you build that trust but hey, here's the information. You want to see this? Absolutely. Yes, these are the plans that we've been working on. We have no problem being able to present this to the board. People thrive to be able to show information. At least in my experience, I know that people like to say, let me tell you what I'm doing at my college. This is what we're providing. This is what we're doing. And so that would really help in terms of moving forward. I like what Trustee Chair Chancellor mentioned about being able to have the plans attached to the goals. There's values. Really, when we're looking at goals and you're planning, you start thinking already in terms of what to do, how is it going to look like? And so you have an idea, and by 1.5 years, there should be some data, because I think you're collecting data in the colleges. I'm pretty sure it's happening, and you just do a report on, this is how it looks like. And I'm going to go back to the dropout rate. I remember when we first hit the pandemic in March, we got numbers right away. And as a board, we really appreciated having numbers in March and April of how things were looking. And then somehow that was stopped. And so we didn't hear again in terms of the number of our students dropping, what the number looked like, until way close to the end of the summer. And so that information is really important to us as decisions are being made. For example, there's the reserves that was approved. And I go back to that example because everything goes back to our goals. And so that information is helpful for us to know how decisions are being made. So we approved $2 million to go into responding to our students. About $500,000 went to police services, and we have a lot of our students that dropped out. And so what interventions, where could that money have gone to help our students during that time from March up until July to respond to needs that they had? And so I'm sure there's maybe things that were taking place, but reports were not being provided to the board. And so what I really want this and looking towards your leadership, Dr. Gillespie, is ensuring that we have those reports. And if it means that our presidents, that there's a special board meeting that needs to be scheduled because our colleges are going to come and share about their plans, I know as a board, we'd be happy to be able to schedule that and to listen to them, because it's such important work. And it has to do with our board work, with our strategic goals. How are strategic goals going? It might be, okay, we need to pull money from reserves because in this specific goal, we need more supports. And we already had Oxnard College, Moore Park, Ventura report. We get to hear how things are looking at each campus, and we start seeing how things need to take place. And so there's value. I know we're a board that really appreciates that information. So I'm really looking forward for those reports, and those reports help a lot to continue to build that trust and have that transparency and accountability within our colleges in our district.
Chancellor Gillespie. Thanks, Trustee Torres.
Yes, thanks, Trustee Torres, for that information. And again, it's a matter of, the frequency of detail, because you're right. We provided, here's what's happening in March and April as a result of the pandemic hitting. We lost students right away. We provided another update in the summer because then we could have the complete spring semester data in order to have an accurate portrayal of what's occurring. We provided the update later this fall so we'd know how all of fall semester worked out. And so part of it's just the timing of, because again, if we did something monthly, even every 2 months, it's not going to change. We have to wait till we have these cycles completed to be providing the data. And again, I'm glad to work with the board on providing the frequency and the detail of data needed, as long as, I know what those are. And if what we're doing isn't meeting the needs of the board for information, we want to correct that.
Thank you for that. I just have one quick comment. I don't know where I'll leave it, of course, to staff, or I of course want input or would like input from my colleagues, but mental health, maybe I missed it, but I don't see an explicit reference to mental health and sort of having that be a goal. I don't know if this is the appropriate place, but it seems like it would be maybe in goal 4 somewhere that we can support. And then I have 2 kind of direct questions. And then of course I want to give Trustee Gonzalez an opportunity to give input as well. My first question is, when will the community and trustees and students, all constituent groups, when will we see the plan?
Larry, do you want to give an update on the timeline there with that?
Sure. I can't get on video, but we have a goal of having all of our campuses give their input in March. I've already had input from Oxnard, and pre-pandemic, I did a review with Oxnard faculty and staff on campus. We're working on preparing one for Ventura and Moore Park. The goal is to have a draft to Dr. Gillespie by the beginning of or the end of April of a complete plan. And then it'll be up to Dr. Gillespie how he wants to handle that final, not final draft, and whether it would be shared with the board because it was viewed as being complete enough, or whether he takes that into the summer and maybe beyond that for further review and change. But our goal is to have a complete draft to the chancellor in the end of April, the beginning of May.
Okay. Thank you for that update. Vice Chair McKay.
I feel like I kind of remember, I remember when we were talking about the plan, and maybe I'm not remembering it right, and the strategic plan, going forward, and you were talking about how we're going so long without it. But I thought we had said that this year, this pandemic year, would kind of be like almost like a plan within a plan, just because we didn't want to build a 6-year plan around a pandemic, but we certainly couldn't go without dealing with the pandemic. And I think that's kind of what I hear from Trustee Torres and from you, is that what do we need to do right here and right now to get resources out to our students that, that helps achieve our goals, but is, also doing it now instead of waiting. I mean, I think what I did hear, about some of the statistics, while I was alarmed at the number of Fs with the AB 705, I was also heartened that even if they got an F, they did better when they repeated the course than when they came up from the basic skills, the non-college level course, that they did better the second time around repeating it than having come up from basic skills. So that was at least a piece of data that I thought was really useful. And so I think it's, unless I'm wrong, it's like we kind of need a mini plan on how to get some of these resources that our students so desperately need right now. And then, then have this strategic plan that continues, and what I have seen over the years is a little bit slower process than I've ever been comfortable with, but it just kind of is what it is. And, is that right, or am I just misreading it?
No, I mean, I think you're asking the question to just trustees, right? And yeah, okay, good. For me, I think there's a lot of validity in that, or it makes total sense to have a plan that is accurate to where we are, both in growth and in success. And part of that growth and success and response, of course, is the pandemic. I don't think we can put our blinders on and pretend it's not occurring. So it should be very, very visible in the plan. And you also touch upon my second question is, and I'm glad to get some clarity on when we're going to see the plan, but I'm also curious, when will we see the plan in the budget? Because in guiding principle number 1, it says allocate resources to support goals and objectives established by the board. So no matter what this plan is, I would imagine, I'm speculating that it's going to shift some of our budget. But how do we see that there is a shift in allocation or a change? I mean, take some of the examples that we've discussed, or the $28 million of recent COVID funding. How will we see that aligns to this plan and, of course, our goals? So I'm curious to get some clarification on that. And then, of course, thank you, Trustee Gonzalez, for being patient, and we'll hand it off to Trustee Gonzalez. Chancellor?
Oh, did Trustee Gonzalez didn't have any?
Oh, I was hoping you could respond to my question first, and then we can switch off.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
That's okay.
So, right now the colleges are working upon plans for how they're going to be using this $28 million. And they'll be talking about that during the budget priorities tonight. It won't be getting down to the dollar amount of detail. That'll probably come more in March. And those, again, are aligned with a lot of these goals. I think to Trustee McKay's point about, the COVID bridge year, that is what we've had, and it's gone longer than I think a lot of people were hoping it would go. But we do have our operational framework, the details of things we need to be doing, and there's costs that are associated with that. Plus, we have our previous strategic plan and the strategic implementation plan that we can update with all the actions that have occurred through this year, because the intent was to just carry that previous plan through this year, and then to have again, we have our framework and some of the other documents that will also be used to support that. So to answer, I think the question is, with regards to the current year, the report will be based upon those objectives in that previous implementation plan, which again are broad enough to fit all the things that we've been doing.
Okay, thank you for that. No, that's helpful. But my question is, how and when can we see the plan, which of course will incorporate the objectives and goals in our adopted budget?
So let's just, again, if we could go back to strategic goal 1, and if we look at, the budget process that we do, and again, the colleges develop their budget. So keep in mind that, especially at the college level, 90% or more of their expenses are in just their salary and benefits. Okay. And they have some dollars for materials, supplies, and other things. But again, if we have support student success at the colleges as students move to completion of degrees, certificates, transfer, job placement, to give a dollar amount for that is a challenging thing to do overall. Now, if there's some specific project, like let's say to support student success, we're investing 600,000 more across the district for mental health counseling to support students in their work with us. Well, that's a number we could actually put in there. But as far as putting people's salaries and distributing them across all of the different objectives, it's challenging. So I think we just need to come up with some of these, there's going to be resources happening with them. Again, for AB 705 implementation, you have all of our math, English faculty working on that, and the math, English faculty's salaries and tutors and everything else. But again, if we're specifically increasing tutoring, because that's coming through the colleges, they want to do it, we can show an increase there. But again, to give a dollar amount for all those objectives would be very difficult. So I just want to see if that connection would be adequate enough in our budget, because right now you have broad categories that have salaries by faculty, classified administrators, you have materials and supplies, district services. But if somewhere where we link, here's where some of the new initiatives and resources that are being used there that are different from the previous year, and addressing some of those important initiatives that we could add in. Because right now, we did add in last year all of the line budgets for the colleges, and that showed how much is in biology going to faculty and other expenses, how much in chemistry and so on. But again, to provide a little more detail around it, we can look at, what are different initiatives costing as well there. And these would have come up through some of the program review requests that get funded by the colleges that are then tied to accomplishing college level objectives that tie to these district level objectives. And we haven't done that before.
Okay, and I think that's helpful. And I think for me, like a great example is enrollment, because we heard that in public comment tonight, right? So we have an enrollment issue, and statewide there's an enrollment issue. So it may require some different strategies or different way of being more aggressive with our enrollment and capturing students. And that may or may not require some additional funds. So I guess what I'm saying is, somewhere along the line, I think it would be helpful what you're just describing, Dr. Gillespie, is to see that somehow, one shape or the other. But it sounds like you've captured sort of the question I have. So
yeah, because I think in the marketing is a good example to where we can. That's a more discrete area where we can show what was spent the previous year and what we want to spend the next year and why. So
and there also may be opportunities even on, as you mentioned, the number at district wide of 85 or up to 90% maybe at the colleges of personnel costs. There may be flexibility there. I mean, we've heard concerns of the equity piece with lab rates and some of these things. So we may even see increase in numbers in certain areas to provide that student success. So, but I want to make sure we hand it off to or offer an opportunity for Trustee Gonzalez, if you had any comments or feedback or input or questions in regards to our strategic goals.
Hello, I did have a couple of questions. And I know you mentioned one, which was when can we see this plan? That was something I was interested in. And also it was mentioned that we were going to try to improve our counseling. That was one of my concerns, our mental health, is have that more available to our students and more often. And another question that I do have is how can we help students who are failing or dropping from their classes due to difficulty? Like how can we how can we help them succeed in these classes that they're having trouble in? And that, that's something that concerns me, because a lot of students are struggling, and just making sure that all the departments are equitable. So those are just a couple of my questions that I wanted to pin out there.
I'm glad you did, Trustee Gonzalez, because I think they're great questions, and I share those questions as well. So, okay, it is 8:15. I don't know about you, but I think it's a very appropriate time for a 10-minute break, if that's okay with everybody. And we'll come back at 8:25 to transition into budget priorities and strategic goals. Yeah. Okay.
So Trustee Chancellor, Chair Chancellor, at the risk of going backwards, I just had one thing I wanted to say, or one thought.
Were you supposed to take action?
No, I was just one more thing I wanted to say before we moved on about the
Okay.
metrics. It's just, in marketing, I know that Patty does A/B testing all the time on what ads are reaching the students and what's getting the best results. It would just seem to me if we could have some, that I know faculty has ways like with tests that, and student outcomes, that maybe we can get faster results to help students, to Trustee Gonzalez's point, help them faster with what they need now to succeed. And it's outside the education model. I know we normally get, it's a longer period of time before you know how students are doing. I'm just not sure we have that luxury right now. So that was my only thought, if there's a way to get that, to make that work.
That makes sense. And yeah, I'd be curious. I mean, I think one area to really look at, in response to Trustee Gonzalez's comments, is hearing from the practitioners, right? Like the faculty themselves, and to go like, what do your students need assistance with, or what do you need assistance with to make sure that through these challenges of going to college through a pandemic, that there's some assistance there. Because no, I agree with you. I also noticed this is an action item. Chancellor Gillespie, are we being asked to take action on this as a vote?
I think if we'd had it to the point of being finalized, would like to, but based on the discussion tonight, I think it'd probably be helpful if each of the trustees, if you have some suggested changes in here. I know I received some from Trustee Perez that again are more, it's not a lot of wordsmithing, but something that clarifies an objective more. We could incorporate those changes in and then bring it at March for an approval. But I don't want to take time to, go through all of them now, but we've heard a lot of good, helpful discussion that could help us in creating a document for March. But it'd be great if by the end of the week, I could have any emailed suggested changes here. But again, keeping in mind what Trustee Mantooth mentioned about we don't want a large scale change. The main intent here was to incorporate in the diversity, equity, inclusion, and make sure these still provided enough flexibility of the other ones to hold what we want to accomplish over the next 6 years there.
And thank you for that. And then are we asked to later approve the plan that will be coming? I believe you said.
Yes, you will.
That will be an approval too. Okay. Because I was going to suggest, for me on comfort level, I'd like to see the plan aligned to the goals. But if we're going to be asked to vote as an action item on the plan itself, then I would be okay with approving the goals before.
Chair?
Okay. Trustee Torres.
Yes, I'd just like to be able to share some information, because I think there's value when we hear as trustees what other trustees are recommending, as opposed to just sending, because these are our strategic goals. So I think it's because we get just different perspectives. And so that way Greg has an idea of where the direction is going. There might be other trustees that don't have recommendations, but I wanted to include it. Maybe you can help me, Greg. Maybe you'll know a little bit more where to place this. I also, listening to Trustee Gonzalez, I wanted to be able to just incorporate, and I don't know if it would be area G, but really where we're looking into addressing student barriers to access. I don't know if we can include there to educational access, if the word would be appropriate there, but I wanted to capture dropout and failure rate. So we have a couple of examples there that were listed. We included finances, food insecurity, housing insecurity. So we address the pieces in terms of the external factors that students need to be successful, which is they need to have these things. But I also want to capture the importance of ensuring our students looking into the dropout rate and failure rate and addressing it. So how would that be the best area to include it, and how can we include it? You might know much better, Greg, because you're with experience on these strategic goals and the language.
Yeah, again, with B, support student success at the colleges as they move to completion, degrees, certificates, transfer, placement. So there, one of the indicators is what's happening with our dropout rates there. So knowing that that's an important indicator the board would be interested in, that would be one of the metrics we could look at there.
So we would include their dropout and failures. These are two different, both. So we're looking at our students. The reason, because I know when a student, when they get an F, and even though they repeat the course and they might do better, an F still impacts their GPA, and it's reflected negatively when they're applying to college, particularly their English and their math. So incorporating those supports so they don't get that F would be super important, because an F impacts financial aid, an impact impacts their GPA. And just the way the university is going to look at it once they take an F, and even though they retake the course, there's still that F there. So having those supports would be helpful to make sure that our students are. So that's good. So thank you.
How about in F, where it says student-centered implementation resulting in successful and timely student completion? Couldn't we work it in there? Because we're talking about completion, successful completion. And so that seems to me the place that we want to support successful completion with, good transferable grades, or, something isn't that what you're looking for?
Yeah, like just good.
I know you've said it's not just about English and math, and I totally agree, but it just would seem to me that within that looks more like the language place to put it.
Yeah, under B there is where you're talking, right?
No, I'm talking about F, where it says address student barriers to, implementation resulting in successful and timely student completion of, it should maybe just college level courses. That's the thing. They need the support to get the grades to be able to move on and be successful.
Right, in all of their courses. So it's not just math and English, but it's actually in all of the disciplines.
Yeah, so take out you can take out the reference to AB 705 and the reference to English and math, and then it's just resulting in successful and timely student completion of college level classes.
Yeah, because the other thing you can do, again, this was meant to make sure that we remain and stay compliant with AB 705. So
I also get what Trustee Torres has said. It's not just
well, my thought was up in B, you could actually add in students move to completion of courses, degrees, certificates, transfer, and job placement. I mean, we could put it at the course level up in B so that leads to that data, and we can even put another qualifier in there as an idea. I mean, we can go either way. It's again up to the board. It's just a suggestion.
We can go. I like what Trustee McKay was saying, because I want to see how everything looks like across all the disciplines, because the way it's structured right here, we're looking specifically at just math and English, but there might be some supports in other courses that we're unaware of, or other disciplines. And so it gives us a good idea. And then when the colleges are presenting, it'll be disaggregated information among the disciplines. How does it look like? And so it gives us some really good insight into what's occurring at each one of our different sites and the supports that they need within the colleges, because it might be different. And so that will be really helpful for us to see. So I think that would be a good place to have that there.
Okay, yeah, I have that change written down.
Okay.
If the rest of the board's good with that, yeah.
The only other, and I would imagine it would show up in the plan, but for example, in B or maybe now in F, but a concern of mine, and I know the district as well, but is like specifically our male students and male students of color struggling with degree completion and certificates compared to our female students. So would that show up in the plan, or is that something that we would maybe entertain putting into an objective?
Yeah,
That
there,
level
there
of-
again, that can be incorporated into the plan there.
Got it. That's all I need to hear. Okay. Cool. Okay. So I believe we're ready to transition to 5.03, board discussion on budget priorities. And Chancellor Gillespie, before I hand it off to you, if you could just introduce a little bit of the difference between like budget priorities versus our strategic goals. Sometimes I see things in the budget priorities that are very specific for this year and much easier to see versus the goals. And I know that's intentional, but I'm just struggling with that a little bit. So I was hoping you could provide some clarity there.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So to answer that, and then before I kind of get going with things, the budget priorities are then starting to be the actionable how items that the colleges and district are doing that can be tied then to some of the specific strategic goals. So, you know, you had the question about, well, where are we going to be using resources now and in the coming year? These budget priorities are areas where resources will be used by the district and the colleges moving ahead. So they're more of the how we're accomplishing some of the objectives there, and these would have outcomes that we can measure with regards to what did we end up doing here with regards to these priorities. So we can go ahead and start with the first presentation, which is the district level budget priorities. And I'll say with these that I actually had shared these with the board earlier, so I won't go in a lot of detail. I'll kind of highlight the broad category level because again, these will be developed further as we actually start to implement actions here. So if we go to the next slide, so one of the first budget priorities for us is to reverse student enrollment decline, the decline trend resulting from impacts of the pandemic. So that's a district level budget priority. We're all interested in addressing that. And then some of the actionable items that will be occurring to meet that goal or continued outreach to former students, ongoing recruitment, retain students through completion with range of supports. And a lot of these things are happening already because we've had to be doing this all year, but these are targeted efforts that are occurring and that will be able to document what happened with our enrollment and what steps did we implement to get that change. So if we move to the next one, and again, these are high-level district budget priorities areas, support student access and completion in an online environment for instruction and student support services. That, again, has been a priority budget area for us ever since the pandemic started. But again, we're looking into the next year. It's going to continue to be a priority area where we'll be using resources. And you can see the list of items there that indicate where we'll be spending resources, and in many cases where we have spent resources in providing technology, internet access, increasing mental health counseling, and all the way through. So again, I don't want to spend too much detail because I'm trying to give the big picture of these priority areas, and then the colleges will have a little more detail in there. So that's, then we move to the,
Greg. So is it on the cover page of this item, the first bullet says or actually before it, it says, to help ensure that limited available resources are optimized, a budget will be developed that, and the first one says, allocates resources to support goals and objectives established by the board. Are what you're showing in the PowerPoint now, are these objectives that have been established by the board?
No, these are action items that will be implementing that tie to one or more of the strategic objectives of the board. So if you take the support student access and completion in an online environment, if we go back to the strategic goals and objectives, we specifically have one that was related to the online environment. I'm trying to find it here.
Okay. I guess what I'm trying to define is the guiding principles really puts it on our shoulders as trustees to establish objectives. So
Right.
I'm just trying to get clarity, and maybe you've said it and I missed it, but what objectives are referenced in that first bullet?
Sure. Well, for this overall one about support student access completion in an online environment for instruction and student services, your strategic goal 1, objective C, is evaluate and implement use of technology and online opportunities, increase number of online courses, certificates, degrees, along with online support access and completion. So this is tied directly to that one. I think, I can get this modified to actually put the one or more of the strategic goal objectives that are tied to each one of these. And then all of these activities that are taking resources under that are all supporting then that strategic goal 1, objective C. And some of these will tie to more than one.
Chair?
Trustee Press.
I don't mind admitting that I very quickly and often get lost in all the information that is put in front of us. And so let me just offer a small suggestion that just came to mind right now on this very example that's being provided. Maybe on this page here, provide technology and internet access. In parens, Greg, you could put, shorthand or whatever, refer back to the objective you just cited, so that we can more readily tie these documents together.
Yeah, that's fine, because again, that's what'll happen in that strategic plan, and it's all of these things will have that. And again, I was more just helping the board understand where are we using resources right now and planning for the coming year. But I can see how adding those numbers will provide that link for everybody, or those objectives.
Yeah, and again, and I'm trying to offer that as a helpful suggestion, because I think that, in my view, would directly respond and aid, in this case, Chair Chancellor, but all of us, I think, as we're trying to navigate our way through these documents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's a good point. I can add those in and send out a revised version there. But Chair Chancellor, does that help with that example?
Yeah, I think I'm glad Trustee Perez added that, because, for us as trustees, it's rare that we get like very explicit an ask, right? Like that. And the ask is, to design or to create objectives or to establish objectives by the board. And I'm just trying to, if we've done that, I'm trying to, like, I'm thinking now as a teacher, like in my classroom, I would have that on my bulletin board, just boom, right there. And then everything I do is aligning to that. But I'm just having a hard time, as Trustee Perez mentioned, like there's so much information in front of us right now. I think it would be really helpful to just have that. And then I could go, okay, cool. This objective's here, and we're hearing that, staff want to make sure that we have masks and PPE equipment. Well, that's going to align to our goal of, employee success or employee safety, whatever it is. But it's just a lot of different pieces of the pie. And I know it's a huge organization, so that makes sense. But that first bullet on the guiding principles is the one that I keep coming back to, is where are those objectives established by the board, and where does everything?
Yeah, I can put the link with all these to the objectives. That's fine.
Okay. Trustee Mantieff.
Yeah, I was assuming that the goals and objectives were what we just finished discussing, which was our strategic goals.
They are.
That's what that reference is referencing. Okay. Is it not? But I have actually a question about bullet number 4 on this slide.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean? No to reduce textbook costs?
Yeah, it should be, and Trustee Perez brought this one up too. It just put no cost or reduced cost textbooks. So we need to redo that one.
Okay. I thought maybe I was missing something there.
No.
They're saying no to reduce costs.
Right. Yeah. Uh-huh. So we'll get that one fixed when I add in the other items there. Okay. So then as we go on to another broad priority area, the next slide, transition to put in parentheses here, normal operations with employees and students back on site. So again, this is a budget priority area we'll have, because we're going to have a number of expenses associated with this as we move towards fall. So you have, this is occurring over the next 12 to 18 months. There's the vaccinations. They're in the fourth one there, investing in additional PPE, filters, and ventilation. A lot of the things you heard during some of the public comments. And fortunately, we have some of the federal as well as state money to help with that. There was reference made during the public comments about the new CDC guidelines for education. And, we will follow those, but those are guidelines. We actually have to follow Cal OSHA regulations, which are law right now. And the Cal OSHA regulations, I hope, change to become a little more flexible over time. But right now, whether we have vaccinated or non-vaccinated students and employees on campus in the fall, we have to follow all of the current restrictions that are in place, or protocols that are in place, with masks, the 6-foot distancing, having reduced numbers in any common spaces, and all of that, which will reduce our numbers. Now, we'll keep track of that and adjust as needed, but that will limit the number that we can have returned back on campus if we're still having to operate under these current restrictions. So there's a lot of conversation that is happening around getting the Cal OSHA regulations under standard 3205 to change between now and fall. But we're right now operating under the fact that we have to keep all the current protocols in place, getting ready for fall. So this, of course, is a budget priority. And then, Josh, this ties to the board strategic goal and objective of where we're operating in a safe manner there, and supporting training, mandated, non-mandated, and safety in other areas. Another is providing relevant, safe educational work in community space. So there'll be at least 2, if not more, direct ties in to the board strategic goals here.
On bullet 4 or arrow 4, invest in additional PPE, filters, and ventilation. We've heard, not this meeting, but our last meeting, some public comment on, of course, for fall planning purposes, but, we do have significant amount of students on campus now. Are we, where are we on that with I mean, is that still an area of growth that we need to allocate resources and make sure that we're doing everything that we can, or are we being as flexible and creative and safe as possible into that bullet?
So with what we're doing now is working very well. I mean, Dan, he presented data on, the COVID tracking that we're doing and how many infections that we've found. So we've had no community-based outbreak at any of our locations. So it's working well. So what we want to do is increase the capacity to handle more students in the fall, which will require a higher investment in these areas, probably more custodial staff, more testing, costs, maybe more cleaning. We'll need to have the filters. Now, with regards to the ventilation, the colleges will be looking into that as well, just to see if there's some infrastructure changes that need to occur there. Was also on a CEO webinar today, and there were probably 60 CEOs on that, and they did a poll. What percentage of on-site instruction are colleges planning to do in the fall, and over 85% were at 50% or less, and more like about 30 were at only 30% of them were at 30% or less. I mean, everybody's recognizing that the fall could be pretty challenging with trying to increase substantially the numbers if we have to operate under these current regulations that are there. But we want to maximize what we can do, and that's what the colleges are working to accomplish.
Okay, Trustee Gonzalez.
I have a question. So when in the testing, are we going to be doing like rapid testing? So that way we could possibly increase those numbers for students to come and get more accuracy with their COVID?
Yeah, that's a good question, because right now the testing, it's about, I think, a 48-hour before we get a result back. And a lot of that testing will start to be doing with a lot of the student athletes right now as they start to come back to campus. What we'll do for fall with regards to the testing, and if we'd be able to have a rapid test, I don't know yet, but that's something for us to check on.
Yeah, that would be something I hope we can, because I know we are getting a budget, and if that's something that could be more of a precaution for our students and our faculty.
Well, actually, I mean, a rapid test where right away would be much better than a temperature check anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
And I say this because we got public comment on like the 4th and 5th bullets here, but can we get an update? Like, for example, with like air scrubbers, air filters, increased cleaning, things that are occurring now. Can we get, it doesn't have to be at a formal board meeting, but maybe a report sent out to the trustees or something are we at full capacity to ensure that all employees, have the PPE equipment they need, the plexiglass, whatever it is, I don't know. But we heard that it sounds like there may be some areas of growth there. And of course, leading up to the fall, if we're going to increase our students that are on site, that's something in the fall. But I'm curious about where we are right now.
Yeah, maybe the college presidents, they can actually answer it during their presentations of this part, or we just get an update from them that we can email out to the board.
That'd be great. Okay.
Okay, and so if we can go to the next slide there. Define the new normal for post-COVID operations. So this again is one of our important priority areas. It's really looking at what's going to be our new proportion of on-site to online hybrid instruction and student services, because we will have a higher level of online occurring. Use of technology for broader participation in meetings, and again, looking at the CBT recommendations, program reviews, and incorporating in some new positions with the new normal, and so on there. We have the student health services and mental health counseling. And then if we go on down, and again, we'll go through these kind of quickly and then get to the more details from the college. So let's go to the next slide.
I had a quick question on
Sure.
mental health. So right now, our mental health centers are expected to be self-sufficient, I think is how we reference it. Is that a board policy? Is that an operational decision? And there's the bullet just says implementation of student health centers and mental health counseling. And I know in the budget, that line item is there, and the expectation is that they're self-sufficient.
Yeah, so normally the student health centers and their services are funded through the fees they collect. And they operate using those fees. With the COVID dollars that are able to come in, we're able to be increasing their amount of mental health counseling and some other services there. Now, as the colleges develop their budgets, they can decide whether or not to be using anything additional longer term with regards to operating dollars or needing to maintain a higher level of mental health counseling. But for the coming year and current, more resources are available through the COVID dollars. But normally you're right, the student health fees are what cover their costs.
So here's a hypothetical, okay? Because I'm just trying to understand our role as trustees. Hypothetically, if the school board or college board of this district said, we want to make sure students that have mental health, if there's a need for mental health support, they're going to get it, if we make that as a goal, do the colleges then hear that and say, okay, we're actually, let's pretend there wasn't COVID relief dollars, and they were going to say, okay, well, we hear the board with that goal, we're going to support our mental health center's budget with some more resources. So I'm just trying to get a timeline, an example of how this works, so we can advocate correctly, appropriately.
Yeah, so there again, I think it's looking at the board setting that broad objective of supporting student success, or for us addressing the barriers to success, which is mental health counseling, and then increasing those services. If the board wants to be more specific around it and have an objective specific to mental health counseling, you're prioritizing that over a wide range of support services. And if the expectation is that more college operating dollars get put there, where do we take them from if there's not new operating dollars? So what areas would we reduce to increase that mental health counseling? So it gets to where the board is starting to direct the allocation of our operating dollars. So it has to be, your priority is you want the students to be well supported, have a range of support services. We then look at how we accomplish to provide our students the support in being successful, and we share that with the board.
Okay.
But mental health counseling, I mean, we're on the same page there. I mean, the colleges have increased mental health counseling. We all want that, but the colleges have their budget priority processes, which will determine with the operating dollars, there's more needs than dollars there. And the colleges work hard to use that in the best way they can to be supporting their students. So that's where it's hard if the board gets too directive.
No, that's a good point. I guess you highlight how I should have phrased my question is colleges have their budget priority process. Is that program review? Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
How does program review, that process, talk to the process of strategic goals, right? So if the board does come together, and again, it's a hypothetical, and say that, you know, we want to make sure that all students, that there isn't a 2-week wait list. And I don't know if that's correct or not, you know, to see a mental health counselor. If we do that, and you know, how do we make sure that that aligns with program review or the college's budget priority? And then my only other comment though, Greg, to say that if we were to advocate for one area, we're taking away from another. I don't agree to that, because our colleges still carry over money every single year. And we do have a reserve. And I know that conversation's coming. So I'm not advocating to say, or I'm not stating just as a trustee, if we were to come together as trustees and advocate for one program or for one strategic goal, that we're also saying, well, we want to take away from another. Because I don't necessarily agree with that, because we do carry over dollars every single year, or we have unspent dollars, and we also have a large reserve. So yeah, I just wanted to make that. Trustee Torres.
Just to echo to what you're saying, it's true about the way we express ourselves, because it would be as if we're saying the police services department is more of a priority and we're taking money from mental health to be able to sustain our police department. And I know that that's not the intent in terms of looking into which one's important, but it is good for me for clarification. I come from an educational setting where the board sets what the vision will be, like the goals, the objectives, and then each one of the school sites has that as a priority, as well as they're developing their budget, as they're implementing different things. So when we come together as a board and we're hearing from our student trustee, and there's value, why there's a process why students also elect a student trustee to be at the board level, is because of this, the student trustee is bringing the voice of students to the board of trustees in general. And when I'm hearing that there is a need for mental health also, it is something that I want to make sure that there's sufficient funding at the college levels. Now, with that said, it's not taken away from the autonomy that the colleges have, but there does need to be a communication where the board sets as a strategic goal. Otherwise, there's no purpose in having strategic goals, because the strategic goals are designed to govern and to be able to give support to our colleges. And if that is not the case, then there's really no point of us coming together and doing goals and objectives if at the end of the day, each college is working independently within their own committee. So I don't think that's the way it works. I really truly do believe that there's a strategic goals that are happening at the district level, and then the colleges are looking at that, and then they're designing their own to be specifically to the challenges or the community they're serving. And I really believe that's probably the way it works, where Moore Park, it will look a little bit different. Ventura College and Oxnard will look a little bit different, but nevertheless, I'm pretty sure, and I could be wrong, and the presidents will be able to address it later tonight, that they must be aligned with the district. I mean, it would be very hard for me to believe that the colleges are not aligned to the strategic goals of the district. So
no, yeah, they are. That's why we have the district level ones.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure that what I'm hearing is that there is a priority for mental health. So I at one point, I think, is if for some reason there is more money that the colleges are needing because within their budget is not sufficient for mental health, that there is that communication to us as a board. So it's an automatic. So for example, there's $2 million that the board approved. The district on its own, because they had autonomy or the authority from the board to go ahead and use those $2 million the district went ahead and said, okay, the police department needs about close to $500,000. So we're going to use from those $2 million that the board approved to respond to the needs of students during the pandemic. The district is making the decision to fund the police department. The district also looked at block money and said, okay, we're going to use about this amount of money to cover the police department. So what we'd like to know, and what I'd like to know as a board member, and I'm sure it's pretty much the same for the rest of my colleagues, will the district then be able to, once the colleges see that there's a need and they have no longer in their budget able to cover mental health, will the district be able then, based on our own strategic goals, be able to give money to the colleges to continue to supplement the mental health that they need for our students? Because that's the part where maybe it's coming from the district, where just like the police department received the money, there was no meeting with the trustees to see if this is a direction we wanted to go. The district just thought there's a need, we're funding. Will the same happen if colleges run short and they need additional funding for mental health, if it's a priority of the board?
Yeah, in fact, they've already, I think all have increased their mental health counseling already through the use of some of the extra COVID dollars. I don't know if they use some of the 2 million reserve or not, but and I know the presidents will be able to comment, on that during their presentations. So, Dave, I see your.
I just want to mention the bulk of our revenues are at the colleges. This is a highly decentralized district. So it's not that the district is like K-12, the district has the money, the elementary and or middle school or high schools, it's controlled by the district. Here it's very, very decentralized. And so it's not that the district is holding money, not giving it to the colleges. The colleges have the bulk of the resources and make their decisions based on program review and the needs of the students. I just wanted to mention that.
Chair. So this discussion points out for me once again, and it's not unique to this board at this organization, but a couple of things. One, it really gets down to that we have only a finite amount of resources to conduct our business, okay, as any organization does it, largely. We have a finite amount of resources. And there's never enough resources or money to address all the many valid yet competing interests, programs, services that should go to support success for our students and to support a healthy and safe learning and work environment for our students and our employees. I was fortunate to attend one program review meeting process at Moore Park College, and it was an eye-opener to me. And this gets to the point of, I think, what the chancellor said. Faculty and administrators and staff are on the front lines and on the ground. And it was clear to me, well, this was faculty programs, but it was clear to me that they have the keenest insight into what will best serve the students. And so they have their process, and it was a rigorous process. And then they come out with their recommendations. Okay, this is going to be our priorities for programs. And then, of course, the resources that'll go to it. So that's how I'm viewing this whole discussion right now. And it's a dynamic process, and it never seems to get any easier. That's for sure. So that was just a commentary. That may not have added much substance to the discussion, but that's what I'm seeing and feeling at the moment.
Yeah, and I think the intent of what I'm sharing here at the district level, then what the college presidents will show, is that these, again, are some of our priority areas for using resources that are tied directly to one or more strategic goals. So it's the board opportunity to say, yeah, well, you're indicating you're wanting to use resources to define the new normal for post-COVID operations, and you're wanting to spend time determining the new proportion, implementing our student health services, mental health counseling, and the detail will come as the college implement their plans, and we'll report out our outcomes. But this is where the board can say, no, we don't see any link of this to our strategic goals. What are you going to spend any time on defining the new normal or any of these bullet point action items here? There's no link to what we want. This is your opportunity to say that. As you talked about, you're wanting the budget process to be more engaging, the opportunity for dialogue, and that's what this is. We're early in the planning process for the budget for the coming year, but we've already been dealing with COVID for a while. So, it's very easy to state these are our resource use areas for the coming year. And this is even at a broader level than what the colleges will have. A lot of these arrowed bullet points are things that will be happening at the college level, but the presidents will have a little more detail. So I hope that helps as well.
Chair, maybe if we actually heard from a college, it might help us, see how that's going to work.
Well, yeah, and Trustee McKay, each of the colleges have a presentation after this one.
And I know that. That's why I just figured
okay.
that it might help us if we actually heard from a college, then how it's going to, as Dr. El-Fattel stated, they're all very independent, but they hear us. The president's list get to hear us a lot every month. So, I'd like to hear how they've translated it, and maybe that'll make sense to us.
Yeah, no, that's fine, because you have the rest of this presentations in your packet, and you've seen these items, so we can move right to one of the colleges if the board would like.
It was just a thought.
No, I think it makes sense. I do have one question on the last page on additional priorities, and that's on union agreements. Because in parentheses it says current agreements extended through June 2022. Is that the expiration of the last round of negotiations?
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Okay. And then I will say, after the college presentations, we will be done, because even though there was a attachment, we'll be done with this board item, even though there was attachment on the guiding principles for budget reductions, we really don't need to consider those or take any action at this point, because with the one-time dollars that are coming in for next year, we're really not looking at any reductions for the coming year. So we can wait to revisit those with the next budget cycle. So with that, I think we have them in alphabetical order. So Julius, would turn it over to you for the Moore Park budget priorities.
Thank you, Dr. Gillespie, and thank you to the trustees. I wanted to just start off by saying that the budget priorities for Moore Park College are based on the fact that for FY22, our focus is to make sure that we have a safe learning environment for our students, and that we want to make sure that we maintain the continuity of instruction and services to students. So the priorities that you see listed really come from our education master plan as well as our annual plan. So these priorities have been vetted through our college processes for planning, and they reflect our mission, vision, and values. The first one, student-centered curriculum. So our goal is to, through our planning, create inspiring and challenging curriculum that's focused on academic and career goals for all of our students. And part of that, a good example of that is the work that we're doing in developing an ethnic studies program, an ethnic studies program that sort of responds to the social and cultural moment in which we live. In a very specific way, part of our goals is to make sure that we increase the opportunities for students and members of the community who are looking for career.
President Sokunu, could you turn on your camera, please?
Oh, I thought I turned it on. I'm sorry.
There you go. Thank you.
Okay, sure. So in terms of building career programs, our goal is to use our resources in the next fiscal year to increase short-term certificates so that members of our community can get back to work, and particularly working with incumbent workers and working with industries that have been impacted by the COVID pandemic. We are also looking at increasing the number of CTE degrees that we have. And because we're dealing with the COVID pandemic, there's demands in terms of how we build the curriculum so that it meets the various comfort levels of our students. So the hybrid means of instruction versus the high flex means of instruction versus on-ground instruction. The second budget priority for Moorpark College is to ensure student access. We want ready access to college education for all members of our community. And in doing that, we want to increase and promote priority programs. We also want to make sure that we increase enrollment of our DI populations at the institution. And so we are putting our marketing dollars, we're putting our resources in promoting and making sure we provide access to our community by promoting our Promise program. We want to make sure that folks know that Moorpark College has a Promise program and that Promise program supports our students through their 2 years at the college or further. We also want to decrease equity gaps by 40%, which is in our education master plan. And the resources from this year will start building support such as programs for teaching men and women of color, such as programs for supporting embedded classroom support in math and science, as well as our PACE program. These are areas in which we live out our values by investing in that, and those investments help to support student access. Student success is our next priority. Course embedded tutors, peer mentors. We want to increase our DE success rates. So we're investing in professional development for faculty, as well as providing students support, 24-hour support so that they can be successful in courses that are hard to complete. We also want to make sure that we decrease the number of units that students are accruing towards graduation. And this is especially important in light of the COVID pandemic and knowing that many of our students are struggling with financial limitations. Campus safety and wellness has always been part of our plan, but more so, it's important that we make students understand and they feel comfortable at the college. Part of that work is making sure we provide appropriate PPEs. Part of that work is making sure that we provide the mental health support that students need and that they require. As we were talking earlier, we've experienced a doubling of mental health services and requests for mental health services over the past 3 years. And the COVID pandemic is also added to that. So our resources are being clearly defined around supporting students who are grappling with mental health issues, but also homelessness issues as well as food insecurity issues. So our resources will be going towards Radar Central, which is our Pantry Plus basic needs center. And the last of our budget priorities is organizational effectiveness. We want to make sure that we use the strategic the directions and the resources of the institution to meet the needs of the college and its stakeholders. So we want to make sure that faculty members participate in the professional development that allows us to meet our equity-focused agenda. We want to make sure that we increase revenue generation so that we're entering into partnerships with our community so that we can leverage resources, but also that we're looking at how we use these resources and get more revenue into the institution through grants, as well as other kinds of donations and resources. Next slide, please. In terms of how we use our funding from CARES 2, focusing on our student support portion of those funding, we're providing emergency grants to students, one-time payments to help students get through challenges that they may be experiencing. Our Basic Needs Center, as I mentioned earlier, our Radio Central will provide food, facilities, we're remodeling and updating the space so that when we actually do come back to campus, that there's a physical space where students can get to meet with a basic needs specialist, that if they want to prepare for interviews, that they will have clothing available for them, that's been donated, and other supports to help them for childcare, etc. Technology support, laptops, hotspots, calculators, webcams, headsets, and other kinds of support that our students need. We'll be investing in using the resources from the CARES 2 funding towards doing that work. And building more instructional supplies and equipment that acknowledge that we have students who are learning in a hybrid format, we have students who are learning online, and we have students who are on ground, so that the resources that are needed to help ease their learning opportunity and their learning experience are clearly directed towards them. In terms of outreach, we want to make sure that we're connecting with students in a more meaningful way. So in terms of conducting wellness checks with particular populations of students that may be vulnerable, we are building a call center staffed by students at this point so that we can reach those students who got E's and F's, EWs and F's and D's and in the previous semester. And we're already doing that work. We're continuing that work from last spring. And so these resources from this iteration of CARES funding will be going towards that. And then we want to make sure that we stay in touch with our students by conducting ongoing surveys to know what they're feeling, what they're thinking, what their challenges are, and being able to then direct appropriate resources to that end. And then again, we are functioning and will continue to function in a virtual context, so that having a virtual welcome center, which helps to refer students to other services available on campus and beyond, but that virtual welcome center becomes a virtual hub for the campus community to gather, a virtual hub for the campus community to connect to those resources that are available. Next slide, please. And then in terms of the institutional support that we're getting from the CARES 2 funding, we're looking at putting those resources towards effective instruction and student services. And you see a list there of professional development for distance education faculty, textbook learning, lending library and zero textbook cost supports, Starfish implementation work group, so as to make sure that we're using Starfish, our early alert system, in a much more effective way, so that we can capture students before they fall off the trail, and then we're able to provide them the appropriate kinds of mentoring and support that's necessary and the counseling that's necessary. A math review program. Part of what we realized during this COVID pandemic period is that many of our students are struggling with test taking. Many of our students who probably had the safety of the campus testing center and the campus classroom don't have that any longer. So providing them with review sessions, and our math department actually has modeled this in our Math 5 class. So we're looking at doing that more effectively across the math domain, because this is one of the areas where we saw students struggling and taking EWs this past semester, and they continue to do so. A student online help desk. And then again, back to mental health support and outreach for students. We know that many of our students are not only struggling with mental health prior to the pandemic, but that's been exacerbated by the pandemic. So we're using our institutional support to invest in our student health center. We're using our funding from this to invest in a peer system and a mentoring system. But we're also using it to provide faculty with the appropriate training and professional development so that they know how to spot individuals as they're struggling through mental health challenges. I mentioned earlier the technology support, as well as additional support for personnel, for IT. One of the benefits, but also one of the challenges that this pandemic has surfaced for us is that we work with a very dedicated and committed IT staff, but it's a lean staff. And so we want to increase that staffing. The same thing with our financial aid and the same thing with our registrar's office. How do we help support them so that they can better serve the needs of our students as they transition back to campus or as they work between home and campus and learning that context. Then COVID screening for in-person instruction. We're bringing more people on campus. We will need to invest in making sure that the students are well prepared and well screened for interaction on campus, knowing that there might be mixed status students in that context. Protective equipment, PPEs, cleaning supplies, the personnel that needs to make sure that the learning environment is safe and clean. MINO folks tell us that it'll take 20 to 30 minutes to clean a classroom and then have the next group come in. So we need to make sure that we have a sufficient amount of individuals who can do that work, but also more importantly, that they can do it effectively with the most up-to-date technology and equipment. Then we talk about facilities, increasing outdoor classroom options. If we're still requesting that people be 6 feet distance, we cannot meet the needs of all of our students with the current store of classrooms. So we need to extend to outdoor classroom and outdoor spaces, and we're looking at how we build that over the next couple of months so that they'll be available in the fall when students come back. Improve building systems and indoor air quality. Our MNO folks are doing that inventory of our buildings to make sure that the building is safe for students as they come back. And then we look at space modification and barriers for COVID protection, plexiglass, having outdoor counseling spaces so that folks can feel that they're not only safe, but that they're able to accomplish their learning purpose. And then we want to support programs by replacing lost revenues. So our Child Development Center, our zoo, they've lost revenue. So how do we use this institutional support to help buoy, to help support those programs that have been impacted by the COVID pandemic? Okay, so I think that's the last of my slide. Yes. Are there any particular questions for me?
Chair.
Trustee Torres.
Thank you for just being so detailed. I appreciate it, being able to see some of the things you're doing at the college and just presenting like the challenges specifically for you with the Child Development Center and the zoo, because that's specific programs that only, at least the zoo is the program that you have, and knowing that there might be some of these funds that need to go into the zoo to maintain it because of the loss of revenue. So that's really helpful to know. At least for Moore Park, it looks a little bit different. And also for being able to talk about like the math review program. And so that was really nice to see that at least for the math department, they're recognizing, okay, we have these students that withdrew. So what do we do to be able to support them? Because these are the challenges that we're seeing. So thank you for mentioning that, because this particular starts already addressing some of those equity gaps of making sure we're reaching out to our students. So that was really nice to be able, I didn't know what it meant. I saw it. So I'm glad you expanded on it right now and talked a little bit about it, because it was really great to be able to see. And so I appreciate it. Just really also when I looked at the opportunity to provide some space outside, and just really like that creative and forward thinking of what can we do to follow guidelines, and also start creating some of those spaces for our students to be able to come and meet with the staff that they need to get support from. So I really appreciate it to hear that. And then I'm looking forward, just when you provide like an update and knowing the professional development, how does it look like? I know that in Moore Park, in some of the reports that have come through the board, you talk about some of the just the ethnic studies department, but also learning how to work with our students of color, specifically with the curriculum and how to engage them. I know in the presentation last week, there was one of the colleges that talked about culture relevant pedagogy. And so I'm really interested in follow up in terms of how the professional development is looking, because I know that there's so many different just challenges coming our way. So thank you for this presentation. And then I'm really looking forward as this kind of unfolds how things are looking, and the numbers of our students that we're reaching out and the success. And it's great to be informed. So thank you.
You're very welcome.
I have a quick question. It might come off a little bizarre, but again, sometimes those are good ones, maybe. And on one of the slides, it said increase outdoor classroom options. Yes. I'm just wondering, and I know it's early, and if it's an I don't know, I totally get it. But I'm just wondering, like in the fall, can a professor choose, just to take their class outside and teach their course outside with some facility support, to make that happen? Or is I'm just curious on that.
Sure. I can give you some examples when we're talking about increased outdoor classroom options. So currently, we're offering music classes, ballet or dance classes, and some of our theater classes in our parking structure. And so basically each level of the parking structure has one of those departments occupying it, and we're offering courses that way. What we know is that there are parts of our campus that we could reuse some of these resources and redesign, which we can use over the next year and maybe into the very far future, and have outdoor classroom spaces for performance programs like music and like theater. So those instructors in those programs can take their classes outside and put on a production or do a demonstration or an acting exercise, and that will be appropriate. In other areas, what we would need is a big tent. So we're looking at, rental tents or purchasing tents that they call them airframed spaces, I guess that's a more professional term to utilize. And so we could take that airframe space that can sit 40 students socially distanced. And we can locate that airframe space, behind our gym, and where it's a dirt space now. And we're able to offer instruction in math all throughout the day, or in English all throughout the day in that outdoor space. So when we're talking outdoor spaces, we're talking about outdoor spaces in a very nuanced kind of way, in the one that could be for a performance space, or an outdoor space like one for math and science that could be then utilized all throughout the day. And we could help meet the needs of our students who are struggling to make it through these disciplines that are hard to succeed. Does that answer your question, Chair Chancellor?
And then some. No, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks, President Sokanu. Then I think we could move to President Sanchez.
Thank you, Chancellor. I'll start off by just indicating that I'm going to be a little less linear than my good friend, President Sokanu, because I want to make sure to speak to a couple of the issues that trustees have raised. And let me start off by thanking Vice President Chris Renbarger, not only for putting our PowerPoint presentation together, and I do understand that part of it came through dealing with the pandemic allocation, and part of it did not. So I'm not sure if that's been remedied. But also he's been busily texting me throughout this discussion to make sure that I reassure the trustees that our Oxnard College remains safe and in compliance with Cal OSHA in all the rooms we're using. A little caveat about the inaccuracy of rapid testing and the county not accepting rapid tests and need PCR tests instead, but they have that 48-hour turnaround time. And then added to the note about our compliance with Cal OSHA and with general safety, that we have advanced air filtration in our dental facilities, compliant air exchange everywhere else, all disinfecting in all rooms where there's courses are being taught. Custodians clean and further disinfect nightly with special ionizing machines. The machines are specialized Clorox sprayers. And with regard to mental health, we're actually anticipating allocating $200,000 from the new federal funds to go toward mental health. So these concerns, they're not lost on us at all. I would also want to make sure I didn't miss any critical text here. Also want to just speak to the process by which we have allocated our priorities. If we can scroll down on the slide, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. So these are the, I won't read through them because that would be tedious, but these are the categories of allocations that we have very much in mind. And they're not going to be a surprise to you. They're all about student support, both our response to the pandemic and the use of federal funds for that purpose, as well as the general budget allocation. And I got a note from Dan that he's got the Word file of the general budget priorities when I'm ready for that too. So I want to pause on this slide for a moment in case there are any specific questions about these allocations. But again, I don't think they're going to surprise you. They're similar to what Moore Park College has presented. I'm guessing they're pretty similar to what Ventura College is going to present as well. So I'll to speak to process for a little bit. So Trustee Torres attended our last town hall on the educational master plan. Trustee Chancellor came to the, and Trustee Mantooth came to the planning retreat that we had in the development of that educational master plan. And this is the way that we develop our long-term as well as our short-term goals. Our operational meeting, we meet weekly. I meet weekly with the vice presidents, the Senate presidents, the Dean of Institutional Effectiveness, and the Director of Outreach and Marketing. And we operationalize the priorities that we set. We have an extensive participatory governance process as well, including a new college council that was put into effect about 6 months ago. Planning does begin with program review. Chair Chancellor talked about that process. We went out about a year ago for an institutional effectiveness partnership initiative grant, and we identified 2 key issues for that purpose. One was to get better at integrated planning. And, you know, I've worked at 3 different community colleges and have quite a bit of exposure to quite a few of the 115 community colleges in the state. And there's not a single community college that will tell you that they have mastered the process of integrated planning. There's always better planning that you can do, always better ways to tighten the planning process. But I think we've got a pretty good process at Oxnard College, and it begins with program review. It doesn't end with program review. There are some aspects of budgeting that would not come up through the ranks of program review. So for example, the ways to shore up long-term institutional needs, the development, for example, of support services for international students, the harnessing of a grants office in order to be able to capture grants effectively. Those wouldn't typically bubble up through the program review process. So it's not the beginning and the end of the process, but it's certainly the beginning of the process and carries a lot of weight in our planning. That's just a little background in terms of the way that we do the planning. I'll tell you.
President Sanchez, sorry to interrupt, but I think it'd be helpful from the discussion tonight too, if you could talk about at the cabinet level how we actually share our plans. These discussions are not made in isolation, and also there is a link to the district strategic goals and objectives as well, which is why the colleges are involved with reviewing them. Because again, they're not meant to be directive to the colleges, but the district is setting those high level areas for directions moving forward.
I would absolutely square that, Chancellor. And as a matter of fact, the educational master plan, which has gone a little bit slower than I was hoping, but with it works out for the best because we want to make sure that Ed master plan squares with the district's objectives. And as the strategic plan is being developed, a new version of the strategic plan, we want to make sure that our planning is consistent with the district goals and objectives as well. To the issue of metrics, I want to reassure Trustee Torres in particular that we are absolutely obsessed with metrics. If you drill down with the educational master plan, you saw that in the area of student success and equity, those were the metrics that we were primarily preoccupied with. And they're very tightly connected with the Chancellor's vision for success, not just because they maximize funding, although we try to be good stewards and keep an eye on funding, but because we think that they are also probably the best measures of student progress on success and equity. So as a matter of fact, earlier today, I was having a conversation with our Dean of Institutional Effectiveness, Dr. Keller McEnow, about the metrics that we're using for guided pathways. And the metrics are vital to our planning, vital to me. There's still room for further refinements of metrics. So as you went through our educational master plan, the areas that are a little bit fuzzier, so but nevertheless important. So social justice, anti-racism, civic engagement, environmental stewardship. Those are all important goals, but they're harder to quantify. So we're still drilling down, trying to find useful metrics. But I just want to reassure you that we live and breathe metrics. They're very important as a way to measure success. So you'll see now on the PowerPoint slide, and thank you to Dan for putting up our general allocation of resources, which are consistent with the key goals that we've identified in our educational master plan, none of which would be a surprise to you. And the fourth goal, you notice the promote Condor Pride, we just talked about at the last board meeting with the awarding of the Bellwether Prize to one of our programs and a finalist for the other program. Maintain safety, of course, has been the lion's share of tonight's discussion. I'm happy to take any questions from you.
Chair.
Trustee Torres.
Okay, thank you. So President Sanchez, so as the metrics are identified, so is there an opportunity where the presidents can come and just present to the board and let us know this is like an update of where you're currently at with the college with the metrics? Is that something like that could
I'd be happy to.
Presidents? Oh, that would be so much appreciated to be able just because there's so much work that goes into the master educational plan. And then just sometimes, and I really like the synopsis because the plan, there's so much to it. And so some of these, it's just really nice when presidents come and say, okay, this is an update. This is what it's occurring. These are some of the successes. These are some of the challenges that we are still facing. And this is how we're addressing them. And that's so helpful. Just like right now, when you mentioned like the social justice piece and you said, these are some of the areas that we still need to really work a little bit more on defining what those metrics are. That's always helpful. And then just later you coming back and saying, okay, so this is what we identified. So when you're looking also within the master educational plan and you're looking at the metrics, those are also aligned with your equity plan. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, because I know that especially like right now during these times, we're looking into the equity plan since it looks specifically like to our students of color and what we're doing and the needs. So that's also helpful just in knowing how they're all correlated and how they're all aligned and how they all come together. And thank you for also explaining the program review process where that's where it begins, but it doesn't end. What would be some of those programs that wouldn't necessarily, or those areas, not necessarily programs, that wouldn't necessarily go through a program review? So let's say we have right now this CARES funding, or there's money that comes to us or to the colleges, and there isn't much time because I know it can be a lengthy process. Is that funding something that would just go within the cabinet, like the college president's cabinet, like those specific funds?
That's a great example. We try to democratize that process as much as possible by taking back the allocation decisions that we're making through shared governance committees. So our budget council, for example, or the college planning council. But that's a great example of a allocation of resources that doesn't bubble up from the program reviews through an elaborate process because there's not the same amount of time to take it through that process.
Okay, so once that happens, we have this fundings that it didn't go through the participatory governance process. So it's at the college level. So the people that make the decision at that point, that would be the president and the vice presidents. Is that how it works at the college?
So I'd want to reframe it, not to say that it doesn't go through a participatory governance process, but that it goes through a more abbreviated process. So whereas the program review goes through through a very specific vetting process, these resources we'll talk about at our executive council meetings, which again include the Senate presidents, and then they'll go back through so instead of bubbling up from the most organic level of program review, we'll start off at the executive council discussions and then permeate through the college council, through the budget council as well, to democratize it as much as possible, but it doesn't have that same intensive level of participatory governance and time allocation that the normal program review process goes through.
Okay, during that time, is there student involvement to get some input, like from students, like I know that when I read the different processes that you had at Oxford, because you did a really comprehensive, like you reviewed every single process of the participatory governing process, and you had councils, and I know you had included and really strengthened the piece with the students.
Yes.
So when it comes to at this level, when there's money that needs to be spent and it doesn't have the time to really have the lengthy program review process, are colleges and are students involved still in that discussion, that to kind of let you know, okay, this is what we're seeing is a need at our college, and then the decision is made taking into consideration the voice of the students?
Yes, so when we, first of all, I should point out, and I should have pointed out, that we're going to have a couple of town hall meetings. They're primarily about planning for the fall and safety, but we also are always available to answer questions related to the budget. And we have student representatives on every participatory governance committee and council that exists. We don't have a student on our weekly executive council meetings because they're time consuming. They're typically about 3 hours, 2 to 3 hours every week with the Senate presidents and the VPs. But we do have the Associated Student Government President present at every monthly President's Cabinet meeting. So we try very hard to include students in all of our decision-making and planning. I can't tell you that they participate in every weekly discussion, but I can tell you that they participate in all of our governance processes outside of that weekly planning meeting. And that student voice is pivotal to us. It matters a lot to us.
Okay, that's really helpful. And then professional development, I was looking under institutional support. Is that something that later, as you provide an update, also just like I mentioned with Moorpark, just to know how that looks like specifically for Oxnard College? What are some of those areas that the faculty is working on? Because I know that part of addressing that equity and everything with the whole enrollment has to do a lot with just the plans. How does it look like? What is faculty need? So it'd be nice to hear just what Oxnard is doing.
So well, there's several levels at which I could address that, but I'll start off with the idea that we put quite a few of our resources from CARES Act funding into helping our faculty become proficient, help them pivot toward online instruction. And we pay a lot of attention to student success and the impact of that pivot upon student success. I don't believe, I couldn't tell you in good conscience that all of the data is in yet. I think we're still going to see some further consequences from that pivot, but we pay attention to that data and we continue to put resources into helping our faculty teach in that online environment. We have other forms of professional development as well. Every faculty member is entitled to a certain level of professional development that they have discretion over how they allocate it. And then we have guest speakers, of course, come to the campus, and when we have on selective topics that are salient to the moment. So that's a poor answer to your question because there's so much involved in professional development, but it's an area of high importance.
I think as I was listening to you speak, I think it would be great just in the future for the colleges. Maybe the better question would be, how is equity being addressed? And then equity can fall under different umbrellas within professional development, student support services. And so I'm glad we're having this conversation because maybe that's what it is. And then later the colleges can maybe present to the board how they're addressing the equity, like the withdrawals from students, the students that failed, and how moving forward, how that's being addressed. That would be helpful.
It'd be my pleasure. And although I don't purport to have all of the answers, and I do think that there are nuances in the data that we're still trying to figure out, I do want you to know that we pay lots of attention to that. It matters an enormous amount to us. The equity gaps in student success rates matter a lot to us. And it's not like I pretend to have all of the answers, but I want you to know that that's where our eye is.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. I think as I'm listening, and I know Kim still needs to present, I really just miss the precedents or maybe just engage, having the opportunity to dialogue and just hear like reports from the colleges, how things are going, and really the transparency and just saying, okay, this is where it looks. It's not everything we'd like it to be right now, but at least we know, and then we talk about, okay, this is what we're doing moving forward. So thank you for taking the time to answer my questions. And I took quite a lot of time from the other trustees. I don't know if anybody else has questions.
No, I think those were really good questions. If it's okay, I think we're ready to transition to Ventura.
Great.
Thank you, President Sanchez.
Yes.
My pleasure.
So like my colleagues, President Sokanu and President Sanchez, I mean, we have a lot of things that we do that are very similar. So I'll try and keep to some of the high level concepts. I think what is really important, and I'm glad that President Sanchez addressed this, is what happens is the board sets the overarching goals and colleges develop a master plan. At Ventura College, our master plan is a 6-year plan, and then we've broken it into 3-year segments with our strategic plans. And so from those strategic plans, you get more of the details of how we're trying to operationalize our master plan and what we're trying to achieve. So certainly that involves a lot of data and metrics, and if there is a desire for us to report out on kind of our strategic plans so that you can really see how it aligns with the board goals, then I think that was a good place to start. And then what happens is each department does their own program review and looking at what their program needs to improve their data. And we also ask the programs to link it to our educational master plan. So it all maps up to what the district sets with their goals. So I hope that kind of clarifies some of the processes that occur on the college campus and those discussions. So they are very important, and we are listening. So, and then going to our first slide. So go ahead to the next one. I had to include some pictures of students because you can never go wrong with that. But we also yearly, and we've kind of kept some of the same themes, developed some themes. And so our campus themes for this year we added advancing social justice, inclusion, diversity, and equity, being on the side of anti-racism. So there are, like you mentioned, Trustee Torres, there's lots of nuances to that. And I'll go into some more of the details when we talk about the vision for success, but it involves professional development and a whole slew of things that we're trying to do to make sure that we create a climate that is a good learning environment for all of our students, and that you cannot have an enhanced learning and learn well if you're afraid in your learning environment, or you feel as though you are being marginalized. And so that is really important to us at Ventura College, to address those issues and let others know that we don't tolerate discrimination, and working together with our students, our faculty, our classified staff, and administrators to make sure that we create that conducive learning environment. The other themes that we're working on are promoting trust, transparency, and celebration of successes. We get so bogged down in the day-to-day activities that we forget to celebrate how wonderful we are. I mean, we have 3 fabulous colleges, and we have so much to be proud of, and so we can't forget that as well. And so these aren't in any particular order, but the next thing I will talk about is aligning with the vision for success. You probably know Chancellor Oakley has set some really aggressive goals for our students and helping them to complete their degrees and certificates in a timely manner, and with fewer units and with good support services. So a lot of that is happening in our guided pathways. We're working on being accessible. We're working on clear educational pathways, and that's what that program mapper is going to help us do, is really help students in looking at what it'll take to complete their degree and pathway. Not that this will take the place of counseling. You can never take the place of counseling, because the plans are either a 2-year or 3-year plan, and they're not as flexible. You really need the counselors to help you make sure that you're on that right path. So it's not a substitute, it's just an enhancement, but we want to make sure that it's understandable. I don't know if you've ever looked at any of our college catalogs, or we think we explain to students what the pathway is, and it's just not as clear as it could be. So the program mapper will be a nice enhancement. The other thing to help students complete their academic goals is strong support services and again, access. So one of the things you always look for the silver lining related to COVID is I think that it's been an opportunity to look at how we can also serve our students and serve them well in the online environment. And I think that all of the colleges has been fabulous in doing that. And then in creating intentional outcomes and to make sure that it's not happenstance, that that whatever effects in helping students succeed are intentional and we can continue and sustain them. So I already talked about that. The other thing related to the Vision for Success is really supporting equity opportunities for our students, especially those who are racially marginalized or have economic disparities or other barriers that have interrupted their academic and career success. And some of the things we've done at Ventura College is we've had ethnic studies courses for many years, but now we've created a department with an emphasis on our ethnic studies. So we're really excited about that. And with that department and that department chair, they're working on additional curriculum, a more coordinated curriculum. We have our social justice degree. We also have our Chicano studies degree. And so we're just really looking forward to building those programs, and not only just the ethnic studies programs, but we're also working at integrating ethnic studies into our other classes, making sure that English classes read books from diverse populations, that they're not just showing the white history or the white literature authors, really enhancing the experience of our students so that they can leave Ventura College, or maybe even return to Ventura College as a professor someday or an administrator, with that sensitivity and the desire to support all of our students, especially our students of color. One of the things also we need to look at outreach and marketing. I know that's one of the goals that the board has with regards to access. So we're trying to strengthen our enrollment strategies, really partner with our K through 12 and universities, our dual enrollment and all of those opportunities, which our dual enrollment has increased significantly over the last couple of years. We also want to work with our industry partners and community to make sure that we're serving our community well, and that our students, when they do leave Ventura College in any career education program, that they have the skills necessary to be successful in their chosen field. And then other outreach activities. One of the things too, related to AB 705, Ventura College actually started this even before AB 705 came into play, and really looking at trying to help our students get into transfer level English and math within their first year, because we know that that would be a solid foundation for their success. So we have done that. You had that presentation last week, and so we're really excited about some of those opportunities. And we have been also looking at, Eric Martinson and Michelle Baird actually went into some of the data. Even though we know that there's still some disproportionate impacts that are occurring, we're addressing those, and we are seeing movement that we're excited about. The next thing that Ventura College is working on, and we also applied for the IEPI grant from the Chancellor's Office, is to really build our English language learners and re-envision our ESL instruction and outreach. So those are some of the exciting things. And of course, just like my colleagues mentioned, campus safety is a critical component. It's been one of our priorities for the last few years. Really looking at getting our campus systems up and where we could hear the emergency notifications and make sure that it gets to the classroom. So now that we kind of have that in place, that's great, but we have the COVID related activities that we need to put into place and protect our students and develop plans to return safely. We're in the process of working on very specific plans per department, per discipline. For example, we worked on an administrative administration building plan, and we have 3 people in one of our office suites, and we designated that in the yellow orange phase, we wouldn't want them to be there at the same time. We'd alternate them being on campus because the space was so small. Even if we put up barriers, we just know that that would be hard to manage. So we're trying to be that specific and ask for whatever protective equipment they need so that we can get a jump on planning for fall and spring of next year and keep everybody safe. So those are kind of our budget priorities. I'm labeled it in draft form because we have started the conversation in our administrative council, which includes the academic senate, the classified senate, and our administrators. But we also need to get input from our students and others. But so this is a draft as we're working on establishing our priorities. So next slide, and I'll talk about our spending of the pandemic relief money. Again, this is also a conversation, and it's been great having these conversations. So when we talk about student support, this is the money directly going to student or in their hands, money or equipment. So those are the kind of things that we're looking at. We really want to help and make sure the students have the resources they need to be successful, whether it be paying their rent, paying for childcare, or other technology, laptops, hotspots, etc. And then one of the things we're doing too, our students that were dropped or students didn't return, we have a very aggressive call campaign where we're actually reaching out and touching students by phone and asking them how they are. We're sorry you're not here. How can we help you? And that's been very successful. And students really appreciate just that extra, I don't know, check and touching base. And then some of our things that we want to do for institutional support, to support instruction and student services. Professional development is extremely important, especially related to our distance education offerings. Mental health support. So we not only have we funded mental health through our general fund or through our funding of the student payment fee, but we've also used some of the COVID relief funds for that, and also some of our student equity and achievement funds. So that is a really high priority. Our students need it. You hear it when we speak with them, when we hear their stories. And so it's something that's not forgotten. Technology, we're looking at high flex, where students have some flexibility if they need to be at home or they want to be on campus, they could kind of have the best of both worlds. So they could choose the option in the same class. So we're piloting a couple of those classes this spring, and we bought some equipment to make it where the instructor can, if they're teaching in the classroom, they have hand signals, they can zoom the camera in and zoom the camera out. And so this will give students and instruction more options. Of course, our COVID screening, etc., to keep students safe. We're also looking at improved building systems and indoor air quality, space modifications and barriers as needed. We also were looking at maybe some tents and other opportunities for outdoor learning. Only Moorpark College has a parking structure. And then if you'll scoot it up just a little bit, Laura, I thought we had more on the lost revenues, but it's really to help support programs. We have our performing arts programs, our athletic programs who have lost revenue, our child development center, and we're looking at how we can sustain those programs and support students by replacing lost funds. So those are kind of the things that Ventura College has prioritized.
Thank you for that report, Dr. Hoppins. Okay, any questions? I know we asked a lot of questions during the presentations, but if there are any other questions, I would remind everybody we're at 10:04. We do have looks like 2 items left. I'd like to make that decision as a group, but it is late, and I would suggest, but only a suggestion, maybe tabling 5.04, which is the reserve discussion, and 5.05, which is, oh boy, the
budget stuff.
right, the allocation model, perhaps to our next meeting. And I believe we have a meeting coming up on the 25th, which has been designated for interviews for personnel commissioner. And that's scheduled to start at 7. Perhaps we could start a little bit earlier and push these items at the front of that meeting, and then transition into interviews. But that was an idea suggested by Trustee or Vice Chair McKay, and I'm, I don't know. It sounds good to me at 10:04 p.m. or 10:06 p.m. right now, but I'm all ears.
I think that's a great suggestion, Chair Chancellor. But if I may, while we're still on this current item, just a couple of comments. What I think was really valuable about this particular item that we heard is previously we were talking about a strategic plan, with strategic goals and objectives that was a 6-year process. What we did here was to really drill down on the budget year and things which are occurring in the shorter time right now. And what struck me is, number one, the congruency of the direction from the district and the 3 colleges, as well as covering certain items and putting a priority on certain items like equity issues, mental health, COVID safety in the environment, and professional development. That was common to every single one of the presentations, as well as the district's priorities. So I think what's in the planning are the things that I'm hearing my fellow trustees asking about and asking for, and our labor groups asking about and asking for. So thank you.
Well said. I think Trustee Perez had something to add, and then Trustee Torres.
Yes, well, I agree with your recommendation to table those 2 items, Chair. Regarding adding them to the February 25th meeting, how many interviews are we looking at conducting, and what kind of time frame is that? I don't want to. I mean, if you properly time these 2 items, maybe we won't burden. How can I say this clearly? Burden ourselves so that we're not fresh for the last interviewee, I guess.
Yeah, no, point taken. I don't have the answer to that. Maybe staff can shed some light on that.
Can I jump in here a little bit and invite Trustee Torres to help me? I believe we are looking at 5 candidates with interviews lasting no more than a half an hour. There's a set series of questions that will be asked, the same questions of each candidate. So with the interviews and deliberation time, should be able to wrap that up in between 3 and 3.5 hours. Trustee Torres, what do you think?
I agree with Trustee Mantu. There's the 5 candidates, and so it's about 3.5 hours that it should take. But listening also to Trustee Bettis, that's one of the concerns I also had. The reserves and the budget allocation model, it's huge. And they're both important issues, and I think they deserve just their own meeting in itself. And then the candidates, the personnel commissioner is also an important position that we're going to be appointing. So I wouldn't want any trustee just being really tired that the commissioners that are interviewing don't really have that fair opportunity to really listen, to get us fresh and listen to their interview questions, especially the last candidate. So I think in fairness of the process, I think it's best to just maybe set another meeting for these 2 particular items, and then have the Personnel Commission interviews have their own individual meeting.
But
Charles,
John, is there a reason that we were starting them so late then? I mean, if we're starting them at 7 and we have 3.5 hours worth of interviewing to do, or 2.5 hours of interviewing to do, and then deliberations, that's late no matter what. I don't know if any of us are going to take a 5 o'clock nap. So I'm just curious were we starting them at 7 to accommodate the candidates, or I don't know. I was just curious.
That was just provided to us by the staff. So maybe Trustee Mantis has an answer, but that was just the time that was provided to us.
Yeah, I don't have a better answer. That, actually it was a little bit surprising that we weren't going with a little bit earlier time frame. But if Ms. Barroso is on, perhaps she could answer that.
I am on. Good evening. I believe it was Chair Chancellor who had requested the 7 o'clock start time, but we can modify that if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm open. So if it's possible, should we start at the traditional 5 p.m.?
That's good.
I think so.
Okay, great. So we can do that. And then how about we discuss these last 2 items and where they'll fit at our March, I think it's March 9th, but don't quote me on that, March 9th meeting, and we can kind of figure out a good landing place for these 2 items.
Yeah, I would, if I could just have Dave comment on the 505, the budget allocation model, just to make sure that one's not time sensitive there. Dave, are we good?
So this was a precursor, just to describe it to you, the changes that we have recommended to align. It's a hybrid model, but there will be a substantial alignment with the student-centered funding formula. So we will be bringing in at the March meeting the actual model for you to approve. So this was a precursor to that, just to give you an idea to see it and to get your feedback.
So in looking at the CCLC recommendations, they talk about having sufficient time before, not just a meeting prior to the allocation model, but meetings beforehand, before any approval takes place when it comes to the budget. And that was really helpful for me to be able to read. So in March, if I'm hearing correctly, in March, not only are we going to be discussing, but we need to also approve it. So there's no time to say, okay, we need to table it or talk or make some adjustments to it and then bring it back for approval. Did I hear that correctly or no?
Correct. That's why it was scheduled for today. This is like a first reading for you, but it's not the overall allocation model, but it describes the changes that we're making, that we're recommending.
Can you give us an idea on time, on how long that might take?
Well, it won't take me long at all. It depends on the overall discussion.
Well, could we have a first read in March and then approve it in April, or a second meeting in March?
That will be late. We can have a second meeting. I think the option for the Personnel Commission meeting is a good option, or I think Trustee Torres mentioned you might have another meeting, but depends on how the board would like to look at it. But the timeline for moving forward to adopting the budget, we need to have this settled as we move forward with that process. So March is the date that we would bring it forward for approval with assumptions.
But maybe we could add this item after the interviews next week, do the interviews and then this one, because again, the staff presentation won't be long and then it's answering trustee questions. So hopefully there'd be time without it getting too late. And that way you'll have a good introduction before it's brought forward at the March meeting.
So we'll start at 5, we'll do the interviews, and then we'll get the introduction to this allocation model, and then that's it for the 25th.
Yeah.
Well, it'll be on the agenda. I don't know if we'll get to it, depending on how the interviews go and the discussion. I have a question for Dave, if I may, because I know he was on the same government relations webinar that I was on today. I thought I saw the schedule for the May revise was actually going to be in May and June. So the calendar's been extended again as it was last year. Does that give us any breathing room to do as Trustee Torres suggested, first reading in March and maybe approve in April?
I did not see that particular component, so I must have stepped out for a minute, but
There was a slide. There was a slide on
we still need to bring the tentative budget forward in June. So it's possible, but I don't have a strong opinion on that right at the moment. We can look at it.
I'd like to make for everyone's benefit is I appreciated having this report and the information, and I provided some questions. So I think that's an option for all of us. We've had the report now, we've read it. If we have questions, it's great. Let's get them in now, and that might facilitate the discussion when we do take it in March, and maybe we can get through it. Excuse me, when it's on the agenda in February, and then maybe in March also.
Yeah, and I think at least if you put it on the agenda, and if there is any leeway, I will know by then, and we can make that comment. But hopefully we can get through it, sooner rather than later, because it will come back a second time in March.
All right.
Chair. So I'm open to having another trustee meeting the first week of March if this needs to get done by March 9th, because I value that the whole deliberate, the questions that trustees make really help me also to understand like the budget, or have questions, not understand the budget, but there's things that I might have not thought about that another trustee mentioned. So I appreciate also our discussion. So if there is no leeway, and I know that Dave is going to look more into it, but if we don't have a leeway to approve this in April, then can we meet the first week of March to have the discussion on the budget and reserves, or just the budget? Well, they both actually go together, and then approve on the 9th?
Well, can we see how we do on the interviews, and if we can have a thorough conversation and make some recommendations, or I mean, do a thorough first read on the 25th, and then we can approve on the 9th. If we feel that we didn't do a thorough first read on the 25th and we need to do a special meeting, then I'm totally open to that, of course.
Sounds like a plan to me.
I agree.
Works for me.
Okay, does that work for you, Trustee Torres?
Yes, I'll go with the consensus of the board. As long as we have time. What I don't want to see happen is we meet on the 25th, and then that first week isn't able to happen for different trustee schedule, and then it comes the 9th, and maybe questions were not addressed the way that we needed them to be addressed, and then we're not completely okay with the information. So I just want to give everybody enough time to be able to respond to questions and take it back and then come to us. So on March 9th, the staff was able to just address questions, come back to us with anything we might have asked of. But so I'm fine. That was a long response to say I'm okay with the majority of the vote that the board wants.
Yeah, but I think we understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and I hear you too. If anything, if that scenario plays out that we couldn't find a time before the 9th, then we could always do the week after the 9th and make sure we have the time needed to do this item justice. So yeah, I hear you loud and clear. Okay, cool. All right, that is going to take us to lucky number 6, which is mid-year review outcomes. Are we Chancellor Gillespie? Or are we going straight to adjournment?
Oh,
Second that,
sorry.
Chair.
Yeah. No, we can go right to adjournment.
Okay, so we'll save those items. And And as always, there's a lot of meetings occurring. Please reach out, and when Vice Chair McKay and myself meet with Chancellor Gillespie and for future items, we'll make sure to send you to the full board sort of that update so we could all visualize it and make sure we're all on the same page. There's a lot of moving parts. Okay, with that said, it is 10:20 and meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody.